Naked Empire by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 359. They believe that people can only rise above their station in life when selected to be awarded recognition because their group is due an indulgence, and so a representative, a stand-in for the group, must be selected to be awarded the badge of self-worth. Only the reflected light off this badge, they believe, can bring the radiance of self-worth to others of their group. But those granted this badge live with the uneasy knowledge that it's only an illusion of competence. It never brings any sincere self-respect because you can't fool yourself. Ultimately, because it is counterfeit, the sham of esteem granted because of a connection with a group can only be propped up by force. This belittling of mankind, the Order's condemnation of everyone and everything human, is their transcendent judgment of man's inadequacy. When you direct your anger at me for having a trait borne by someone else, you pronounce me guilty for their crimes. That's what happens when people say I'm a monster because our father was a monster. If you admire someone simply because you believe their group is deserving, then you embrace the same corrupt ethics. The Imperial Order says that no individual should have the right to achieve something on his own, to accomplish what someone else cannot, and so magic must be stripped from mankind. They say that accomplishment is corrupt, because it is rooted in the evil of self-interest. Therefore, the fruits of that accomplishment are tainted by its evil. This is why they preach that any gain must be sacrificed to those who have not earned it. They hold that only through such sacrifice can those fruits be purified and made good. We believe, on the other hand, that your own individual life is the value and its own end, and what you achieve is yours. Only you can achieve self-worth for yourself. Any group offering it to you or demanding it of you comes bearing chains of slavery. Jensen stared at him for a long moment. A smile finally overcame her. That's why, then, I always wanted to be accepted for who I was, for myself, and always thought it unfair to be persecuted because of how I was born? That's why, Richard said. If you want to be proud of yourself because of what you accomplish, then don't allow yourself to be chained to some group, and don't in turn chain other individuals to one. Let your judgment of individuals be earned. This means I should not be hated because my father was evil, nor should I be admired because my grandfather is good. I have the right to live my own life, for my own benefit. You are Jensen Rahl, and your life is what you alone make of it. They made the rest of the way down the hill in silence. Jensen still had a faraway look as she thought about what Richard had said. When they reached the trees, Kalin was relieved to get in under the sheltering limbs of the ancient pines, and even more so when they entered the secluded protection of the lower, thicker balsam trees. They made their way through dense thickets into the quiet solitude of the towering trees, and farther down the slope to a place where an outcropping of rock offered protection from the elements. It would be easier to construct a shelter in such a place by leaning boughs against it in order to make a relatively warm shelter. Richard used Tom's hatchet to cut some stout poles from young pines in the understory, which he placed against the rock wall. While he lashed the poles together with wiry lengths of pine roots he pulled up from the mossy ground, Kalin, Jensen, and Kara started collecting boughs to make dry bedding and to cover over the shelter. "Richard," Jensen asked as she dragged a bundle of balsam close to the shelter, "how do you think you are going to rid Bondakar of the Imperial Order?" Richard laid a heavy bough up high on the poles and tied it in place with a length of the wiry pine root. "I don't know that I can. My primary concern is to get to the antidote." Jensen looked a bit surprised. "But aren't you going to help those people?" He glanced back over his shoulder at her. "They poisoned me. No matter how you dress it up, they're willing to murder me if I don't do as they wish, if I don't do their dirty work for them. They think we're savages and they're above us. They don't think our lives are worth as much because we are not members of their group. My first responsibility is to my own life, to getting that antidote." I see what you mean. Jensen handed him another balsam bough. But I still think that if we eliminate the order there and this Nicholas, we'll be helping ourselves. Richard smiled. I can agree with that, and we're going to do what we can. But to truly help them, I need to convince Owen and his men that they must help themselves. Kara snorted a derisive laugh. That would be a good trick, teaching the lambs to become the wolves. Kaelin agreed. She thought that convincing Owen and his men to defend themselves would be more difficult than the 5 of them ridding Bandakar of the Imperial Order by themselves. She wondered what Richard had in mind. Well, Jensen said, since we're all in this, all going to face the Order up in Bandakar, don't you think that I have a right to know everything? To know what you two are always making eyes at each other about and whispering about? Richard stared at Jensen a moment before he looked back at Kaelin. Kaelin laid her bundle of branches down near the shelter. I think she's right. Richard looked unhappy about it, but finally nodded and set down the balsam bough he was holding. Almost 2 years ago, Jagang managed to find a way to use magic to start a plague. The plague itself was not magic, it was just the plague. It swept through cities, killing people by the tens of thousands. Since the firestorm had been started with a spark of magic, I found a way to stop the plague, using magic. Kaelin did not believe that such a nightmare could be reduced to such a simple statement, and even begin to adequately convey the horror they had gone through, but by the look on Jensen's face, she at least grasped a little bit of the terror that had gripped the land. In order for Richard to return from the place where he had to go to stop the plague, Kaelin said, leaving out terrible portions of the story, he had to take the infection of plague. Had he not, he would have lived, but lived alone for the rest of his life, and died alone without ever seeing me or anyone else again. He took the plague into himself so that he could come back and tell me he loved me. Jensen stared, wide-eyed. Didn't you know he loved you? Kaelin smiled a small, bitter smile. Don't you think your mother would come back from the world of the dead to tell you she loves you, even though you know she does? Yes, I suppose she would. But why would you have to become infected just to return? And return from where? It was a place called the Temple of the Winds that was partially in the underworld. Richard gestured up the pass. Something like that boundary was part of the world of the dead, but was still here in this world. You might say that the Temple of the Winds was something like that. It was hidden within the underworld. Because I had to cross a boundary of sorts through the underworld, the spirit set a price for me to return to the world of life. Spirits? You saw spirits there? Jensen asked. When Richard nodded, she asked, why would they set such a price? The spirit who set the price of my return was Darkenral. Jensen's jaw dropped. When we found Lord Ra, Kara said, he was almost dead. The Mother Confessor went on a dangerous journey through the Sliff, all alone to find what would cure him. She succeeded in bringing it back, but Lord Ra was moments away from death. I used the magic I recovered, Kaelin said. It was something that had the power to reverse the plague that the magic had given him. The magic I invoked to do this was the 3 chimes. 3 chimes? Jensen asked. What are they? The chimes are underworld magic. Summoning their assistance keeps a person from crossing over into the world of the dead. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, at the time I didn't know anything else about the chimes. It turns out that they were created during the Great War to end magic. The chimes are beings of sorts, but without souls. They come from the underworld. They annul magic in this world. Jensen looked confused. But how can they accomplish such a thing? I don't know how they work exactly. But their presence in this world, since they are part of the world of the dead, begins the destruction of magic. Can't you get rid of the chimes? Can't you find a way to send them back? I already did that, Richard said. But while they were here in this world, magic began to fail. Apparently, Kaelin said, what I began that day when I called the chimes into the world of life began a cascade of events that continues to progress, even though the chimes have been sent back to the underworld. We don't know that, Richard said, more to Kalen than to Jensen. Richard is right, Kalen told Jensen. We don't know it for sure. But we have good reason to believe it's true. This boundary locking away Bandakar failed. The timing would suggest that it failed not long after I freed the chimes. One of those mistakes I told you about before, remember? Jensen, staring at Kalen, finally nodded. But you didn't do it to hurt people. You didn't know it would happen. You didn't know how this boundary would fail, how the Order would go in there and abuse those people. Doesn't really make any difference, does it? I did it. I caused it. Because of me, magic may be failing. I accomplished what the Order is working so hard to bring about. As a result of what I did, all those people in Bandakar died, and others are now out in the world where they will once again do as they did in ancient times. They will begin breeding the gift out of mankind. We stand at the brink of the end times of magic, all because of me, because of what I did. Jensen stood frozen. And so you regret what you caused? That you may have done something that will end magic? Kalen felt Richard's arm around her waist. I only know a world with magic, she finally said. I became the Mother Confessor in part to help protect people with magic who are unable to protect themselves. I, too, am a creature of magic. It's inextricably bound into me. I know profoundly beautiful things of magic that I love. They are a part of the world of life. So you fear you may have caused the end of what you love most? Not love most, Kalen smiled. I became the Mother Confessor because I believe in laws that protect all people, give all individuals the right to their own life. I would not want an artist's ability to sculpt to be stopped, or a singer's voice to be silenced, or a person's mind to be stilled, nor do I want people's ability to achieve what they can with magic to be stripped from them. Magic itself is not the central issue, not what this is about. I want all the flowers and all their variety to have a chance to bloom. You are beautiful too, Jensen. I would not choose to lose you either. Each person has a right to life. The idea that there must be a choice of one over another is counter to what we believe. Jensen smiled at Kalen's hand on her cheek. Well, I guess that in a world without magic, I could be queen. On her way by with balsam boughs, Kara said, Queens, too, must bow to the Mother Confessor. Don't forget it. Chapter 36. Light flooded in as the lid of the box suddenly lifted. The rusty hinges groaned in protest of every inch the lid rose. Zed squinted at the abrupt, blinding light of day. Beefy arms flipped the hinged lid back. If there had been any slack in the chain around his neck, Zed would have jumped at the booming bang when the heavy cover flopped back, showering him in dirt and rusty grit. Between the bright light and the dust swirling through the air, Zed could hardly see. It didn't help either that the short chain around his neck was bolted to the center of the floor of the box, leaving only enough slack for him to be able to lift his head a few inches. With his arms bound in iron behind his back, he could do little more than lie on the floor. While Zed was forced to lie there on his side, his neck near the iron bolt, he at least could breathe in the sudden rush of cooler air. The heat in the box had been sweltering. On a couple of occasions, when they had stopped at night, they had given him a cup of water. It had not been nearly enough. He and Addie had been fed precious little, but it was water he needed more than food. Zed felt like he might die of thirst. He could hardly think of anything but water. He had lost track of the number of days he had been chained to the floor of the box, but he was somewhat surprised to find himself still alive. The box had been bouncing around in the back of a wagon over the course of a long, rough, but swift journey. He could only assume that he was being taken to Emperor Jagang. He was also sure that he would be sorry if he was still alive at the end of the journey. There had been times in the stifling heat of the box when he had expected that he would soon fade into unconsciousness and die. There were times when he longed to die. He was sure that falling into such a fatal sleep would be far preferable to what was in store for him. He had no choice, though. The control the sister exerted through the Radha-Han prevented him from strangling himself to death with the chain, and it was pretty hard, he had discovered, to will himself to die. Zed, his head still held to the floor of the box by the stub of chain, tried to peer up, but he could see only sky. He heard another lid bang open. He coughed as another cloud of dust drifted over him. When he heard Addie's cough, he didn't know if he was relieved to know that she too was still alive, or sorry that she was, knowing what she, like he, would have to endure. Zed was, in a way, ready for the torture he knew he would be subjected to. He was a wizard and had passed tests of pain. He feared such torture, but he would endure it until it finally ended his life. In his weakened condition, he expected that it wouldn't take all that long. In a way, such a time under torture was like an old acquaintance come back to haunt him. But he feared the torture of Addie far more than his own. He hated above all else the torture of others. He hated to think of her coming under such treatment. The wagon shuddered as the front of the other box dropped open. A cry escaped Addie's throat when a man struck her. "Move, you stupid old woman, so I can get at the lock." Zed could hear Addie's shoes scraping the wooden crate as, hands bound behind her back, she tried to comply. By the sounds of fists on flesh, the man wasn't happy with her efforts. Zed closed his eyes, wishing he could close his ears as well. The front of Zed's confining box crashed open, letting in more light and dust. A shadow fell across him as a man approached. Because his face was pinned to the floor by the chain, Zed couldn't see the man. A big hand reached in, fitting a key to the lock. Zed kept his head stretched as far away as possible to give the man all the room available to let him do his work. Such effort earned Zed a heavy punch in the side of his head. The blow left his ears ringing. The lock finally sprang open. The man's big fist seized Zed by the hair and dragged him like a sack of grain out of the box and toward the rear of the wagon. Zed pressed his lips together to keep from crying out as his bones bumped over protruding wooden runners in the wagon bed. At the back edge of the wagon, he was summarily dumped off the back to slam down onto the ground. Ears ringing, head spinning, Zed tried to sit up when he was kicked, knowing it was a command. He spat out dirt. With his hands tied behind his back, he was having difficulty complying. After 3 kicks, a big man grabbed him by the hair and lifted him upright. Zed's heart sank to see that they sat among an army of astounding size. The dark mass of humanity blighted the land as far as he could see. So, it would seem they had arrived. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Addie sitting in the dirt beside him, her head hanging. She had a livid bruise on her cheek. She didn't look up when a shadow fell across her. A woman in a long, drab skirt moved in before them, distracting him from his appraisal of the enemy forces. Zed recognized the brown wool dress. It was the Sister of the Dark who had put the collar around their necks. He didn't know her name. She'd never offered it. In fact, she hadn't spoken to them since they were chained in their boxes. She stood over them now, like the strict governess of incorrigible children. The ring through her lower lip, marking her as a slave, in Zed's mind irrevocably tarnished her air of authority. The ground was covered with horse manure, most but not all old and dried. Out beyond the Sister, horses stood picketed seemingly without any order among the soldiers. Horses that looked like they might belong to the cavalry were well kept. Workhorses were not so healthy. Among the horses and men, wagons and stacks of supplies dotted the late-day landscape. The place had the foul stink of shallow latrines, horses, manure, and the filthy smell of crowded human habitation failing to meet common sanitary needs. Zed blinked when acrid wood smoke from one of the thousands of cook fires drifted across him, burning his eyes. The air was also thick with mosquitoes, gnats, and flies. The flies were the worst. The mosquito bites would itch later, but the flies stung the instant they bit, and with his arms bound behind his back, there wasn't much he could do about it other than shake his head to try to keep them out of his eyes and nose. The two soldiers who had freed Zed and Addie from their boxes stood patiently to the sides. Beyond the woman's skirts, a vast encampment spread out as far as the eye could see. There were men everywhere, men engaged in work, at rest, and at recreation. They were dressed in every variety of clothing, from leather armor, chain mail, and studded belts, to hides, dirty tunics, and trousers in the process of rotting into rags. Most of the men were unshaven, and all were as filthy as feral recluses living in mad seclusion. The mass encampment generated a constant din of yells, whistles, men hollering and laughing, the jangle and rattle of metal, the ring of hammers or rhythm of saws, and piercing through it all, the occasional cry of someone in agonizing pain. Tents by the thousands, tents of all sorts, like leaves after a big wind, lay littering the gently rolling landscape at the foothills of towering mountains to the east. Many a tent was decorated with loot. Gingham curtains hung at an entrance. A small chair or table sat before a tent. Here and there an item of women's personal clothing flew as a flag of conquest. Wagons and horses and gear were all jammed together among the rabble in no seeming plan. The ground had been churned to a fine dust by the masses in this mock city devoid of skeletal order. The place was a nightmare of humanity reduced to the savagery of a mob on the loose. The scope of their goals no more than the impulse of the moment. Though their leaders had ends, these men did not. "His Excellency has requested you both," the sister said down to them. Neither Zed nor Addie said anything. The men hauled them both to their feet. A sharp shove started them moving behind the sister after she marched away. Zed noticed then that there were more soldiers, close to a dozen, escorting them. The wagon had delivered them to the end of a road of sorts that ran a winding course through the sprawling encampment. The end of the road, where wagons sat in a row, appeared to be the entrance to an inner camp, probably a command area. The regular soldiers, outside a ring of heavily armed guards, ate, played dice, gambled, bartered loot, joked, talked, and drank as they watched the prisoners being escorted. The thought occurred to Zed that if he called out, proclaiming that he was the one who was responsible for the light spell that had killed or wounded so many of their chums, maybe the men would riot, set upon them, and kill them before Jagang had a chance to do his worst. Zed opened his mouth to try out his plan, but saw the sister glance back over her shoulder. He discovered that his voice was muted through her control of the collar around his neck. There would be no speaking unless she allowed it. Following the sister, they walked past the standing row of wagons in front of the one that had brought them. There were well over a dozen freight wagons all lined up before the cordoned-off area with the larger tents. None of the wagons were empty, but all were loaded with crates. With sinking realization, Zed understood. These were wagons with goods looted from the Wizard's Keep. These were all wagons that had made the journey with them. They were all full of the things those ungifted men, at the sister's orders, had taken out of the keep. Zed feared to think what priceless items of profound danger sat in these crates. There were things in the keep that became hazardous to anyone should they be removed from the shields that guarded them. There were rare items that, if removed from their protective environment, such as darkness for even a brief time, would cease to be viable. Guards in layered hides, mail, leather, and armed with pikes set with long steel points flanked by sharpened winged blades, huge crescent axes, swords, and spiked maces prowled the restricted area. These grim soldiers were bigger and more menacing looking than the regular men out in the camp, and those were fearsome enough. While the special guards patrolled, ever watchful, the unconcerned regular soldiers just outside the perimeter carried on with their business. The guards led the sister, Zed, and Addie through an opening in a line of spiked barricades. Beyond were the smaller of the special tents. Most were round and the same size. Zed thought that these were probably the tents of the staff the Emperor would keep close, his attendants and personal slaves. Zed wondered if the sisters were all held within the Emperor's compound. Up ahead, the palatial vision of the grand tents of an emperor and his entourage rose up in the late afternoon night. No doubt some of these comfortable tents set about the center compound within the ring of tents for servants and attendants were accommodations for high-ranking officers, officials, and the Emperor's most trusted advisors. Zed wished he had a light spell and the ability to ignite it. He could probably decapitate the Imperial Order right then and there. But he knew that such confusion and turmoil would only be a temporary setback for the Imperial Order. They would provide another brute to enforce their message. It would take more than killing Jagang to end the threat of the Order. He wasn't even sure anymore just what it would take to free the world of the oppression and tyranny of the Imperial Order. Despite the seductively simplistic notions held by most people, the Emperor Jagang was not the driving force of this invasion. The driving force was a vicious ideology. To exist, it could not permit successful lives to be lived in sight of the suffering masses produced as a result of the beliefs and dictates of the Imperial Order. The freedom and resulting success of the people living in the New World put the lie to all the Order preached. It was blasphemy to succeed on your own, since the Order taught that it could not be done. It could only be sinful. Sin had to be eliminated for the greater good. Therefore, the freedom of the New World had to be crushed. "These the ones?" a guard with short-cropped hair asked. The rings hanging from his nose and ears reminded Zed of a prized pig decorated for the summer fair. Of course, prized pigs would have been washed and clean and would have smelled better. "Yes," the sister said, both of them as instructed. With deliberate care, the man's dark-eyed gaze took in Addie and then Zed. By his scowl, he apparently thought himself a righteous man who was displeased with what he saw. Evil. After noting the collars they both wore, showing that they would be no danger to the Emperor, he stepped aside and lifted a thumb, directing them through a second barricade, beyond the tents of the attendants, servants, and slaves. The guard's glare followed the sinners on their way to meet their proper fate. Other men from inside the inner compound swept in to surround them. Zed saw that these men wore more orderly outfits. They were layered in similar leather and mail, wearing heavy leather weapon belts, their chests crisscrossed with studded straps. There was a uniformity to them, a sameness, that showed these were special guards. The weapons hung on those wide belts were better made, and they carried more of them. By the way they moved, Zed knew that these were not typical men rounded up to be soldiers, but trained men with highly developed talents for warfare. These were the Emperor's elite bodyguards. Zed looked longingly at the nearly full water bucket set out for the men standing guard in the heat. It wouldn't do, if you were an emperor, to have your elite guards falling over from lack of water. Knowing what the response was likely to be, Zed didn't ask for a drink. A sidelong glance showed Addie licking her cracked lips, but she too remained silent. Up a slight rise sat by far the largest and grandest of the tents among the impressive but lesser quarters of the Emperor's retinue. The Emperor's tent appeared more a traveling palace, actually, than a tent. It boasted a tri-peaked roof pierced by high poles bearing colorful standards and flags. Brightly embroidered panels adorned the exterior walls. Red and yellow banners flapped lazily in the hot, late-day air. Tassels and streamers all around it made it look like a central gathering tent at a festival. A guard flanking a doorway met Zed's gaze before he lifted aside the lambskin covered with shields of gold and hammered medallions of silver, allowing them entrance. One of the other guards stiff-armed Zed's shoulder, nearly knocking him sprawling. Zed staggered through the doorway into the dimly lit interior, Addie stumbling in after him. Inside, the raucous noise of the encampment was muted by layers of rich carpets placed haphazardly. Hundreds of silk and brocade pillows lined the edge of the floor. Colorfully decorated hangings divided up the murky interior space and covered the outer walls. Openings overhead, screened with gauzy material, let in little light but did allow some air to move through the quiet gloom of the grand tent. It was so dim, in fact, that lamps and candles were needed. In the middle of the room, toward the back, sat an ornate chair draped with rich red silks. If this was Emperor Jagang's throne, he was not in it. While guards surrounded Zed and Addie, keeping them restricted in place, one of the men went off behind the fabric walls from where a glow of light came. The guards standing close around Zed stank of sweat. Their shoes were caked with manure. For all the sumptuous surroundings doing their best to simulate a reverent aura, a sacred setting, an abiding barnyard stench permeated the place. The horse manure and human sweat of the men who had entered the tent with Zed and Addie were only making it worse. The man who had gone behind the walls poked his head back out, signaling the sister forward. He whispered to her, and then she, too, disappeared behind the walls. Zed stole a look at Addie. Her completely white eyes stared ahead. He shifted his weight as an excuse to lean toward her and stealthily touched her shoulder with his, a message of comfort where there could be none. She returned a slight push, message received and appreciated. He longed to embrace her, but knew he probably never would again. Muffled words could be heard, but the heavy wall hangings muted them so that Zed couldn't understand any of it. Had he access to his gift, he would have been able to hear it all, but the collar cut him off from his ability. Even so, the nature of the sister's report, the words were short and businesslike. Those slaves working in the tent at brushing carpets or polishing fine vases or waxing cabinets paid no attention to the people the guards had brought in. But the sudden low tone of menace that came from beyond the wall caused them all to put markedly more attention into their work. While no doubt prisoners were brought before the Emperor often enough, Zed was sure that it would not be wise for those working in the grand tent to pay any notice to the Emperor's business. From beyond the walls composed of woven scenes also came the warm smell of food. The variety of scents Zed was able to detect was astonishing. The stink of the place, though, tended to make the fragrant aromas of meats, olive oil, garlic, onions, and spices somewhat repugnant. The sister stepped out from behind the wall of colorful hangings. The ring through her lower lip stood out in stark relief against her ashen skin. She gave a slight nod to the men to either side of the prisoners. Powerful fingers gripping their arms, Zed and Addie were ushered toward the opening and the glow of light beyond. Chapter 37. Dragged to an abrupt halt, Zed at last stood shackled before the intent glower of the dream-walker himself, Emperor Jagang. Enthroned in an ornately carved high-backed chair behind a grand dining table, Jagang leaned on both elbows, a goose leg spanning his fingers as he chewed. Points of candlelight reflecting off the sides of his shaved head danced as the tendons all the way up through his temples rippled with his chewing. A thin mustache, growing down from the corners of his mouth and at the center under his lower lip, moved rhythmically in time with his jaw, as did the fine chain connected to gold loops in his ear and nose. Greasy goose fat covering his meaty, ringed fingers glistened in the candlelight and ran down his bare arms. From his place behind his table, Jagang casually studied his latest captives. Despite the candles set about the table and on stands to either side, the inside of the tent had the murky feel of a dungeon. To each side of him on the broad table sat plates of food, goblets, bottles, candles, bowls, and here and there books and scrolls. There being no room for all of the silver platters among the multitude, some of them had to be strategically balanced atop small decorated pillars. There looked to be enough food for a small army. For all the order's talk of sacrifice for the betterment of mankind being their noble cause, Zed knew that such abundance at the Emperor's table was meant to send a contradictory message, even when there was no one but the Emperor himself to see it. Slaves stood lined up along the wall behind Jagang, some holding additional platters, some in stiff poses, all awaiting command. Some of those in back were young men, young wizards from what Zed had heard, dressed in loose-fitting white trousers and nothing else. This was where wizards in training at the Palace of the Prophets had ended up, along with the captured sisters who had been their teachers. All were now captives of the Dreamwalker. The most accomplished of men, men with enormous potential, were used as houseboys to perform menial tasks. This, too, was a message sent by the Emperor of the Imperial Order to show everyone that the best and brightest were to be used to clean chamber pots while brutes ruled them. The younger women, sisters of both the dark and the light, Zed assumed, wore outfits that ran from neck to wrist to ankle, but were so transparent that the women might as well have been naked. This, too, was meant to show that Emperor Jagang thought little of these women's talents and valued them only for his pleasure. The older, less attractive women standing off to the sides wore drab clothes. These were probably sisters who served the Emperor in other menial ways. Jagang delighted in having under his control as slaves some of the most gifted people in the world. It suited the nature of the order to demean those with ability rather than to celebrate them. Jagang watched Zed taking in the house slaves, but showed no emotion. The Dreamwalker's bull neck made him look almost other than human. The muscles of his chest, as well as his massive shoulders, were displayed by an open, sleeveless lamb's wool vest. He was as powerful and brawny a man as Zed had seen, an intimidating presence, even at rest. As Zed and Addie stood mute, Jagang's teeth tore off another chunk of meat from the goose leg. In the tense silence, he watched them as he chewed, as if deciding what he might do with his newest plunder. More than anything, it was his inky black eyes, devoid of any pupils, irises, or whites, that threatened to halt the blood in Zed's veins. The last time he had seen those eyes, Zed had not been shackled, but that ungifted girl had prevented Zed from finishing the man. That was going to turn out to be the missed opportunity that Zed would most regret. His chance to kill Jagang had slipped through his fingers that day, not because of the vast power of all the skilled sisters and troops arrayed against him, but all because of a single ungifted girl. Those black eyes, the eyes of a mature dreamwalker, glistened in the candlelight. Across their dark voids, dim shapes shifted, like clouds on a moonless night. The directness of the dreamwalker's gaze was as obvious as was Addie's when she looked at Zed with her pure white eyes. Under Jagang's direct glare, Zed had to remind himself to relax his muscles and remember to breathe. The thing about those eyes that most terrified him, though, was what he saw in them. A keen, calculating mind. Zed had fought against Jagang long enough to have come to understand that one underestimated this man at great peril. "Jagang the Just," the sister said, holding an introductory hand out to the nightmare before them. "Excellency, this is Zedicus Zuul Zarander, First Wizard, and a sorceress by the name of Addie." "I know who they are," Jagang said in a deep voice as heavy with threat as with distaste. He leaned back, hanging one arm over the back of the chair and one leg over a carved arm. He gestured with the goose leg. "Richard Rall's grandfather, as I hear told." Zed said nothing. Jagang tossed the partially eaten leg on a platter and picked up a knife. With one hand, he sawed a chunk of red meat off a roast and stabbed it. Elbow on the table, he waved the knife as he spoke. Red juice ran down the blade.
Probably not the way you had hoped to meet me.
He laughed at his own joke, a deep resonating sound alive with menace. With his teeth, Jagang drew the chunk of meat off the knife and chewed as he watched them, as if unable to decide on a wealth of delightfully terrible options parading through his thoughts. He washed the meat down with a gulp from a jeweled silver goblet, his gaze never leaving them.
I can't tell you how pleased I am that you have come to visit me.
His grin was like death itself.
Alive.
He rolled his wrist, circling the knife.
We have a lot to talk about.
His laugh died out, but the grin remained.
Well, you do anyway. I'll be a good host and listen.
Zed and Addy remained silent as Jagang's black-eyed gaze went from one to the other.
Not so talkative just yet. Well, no matter. You will be babbling soon enough.
Zed didn't waste the effort telling Jagang that torture would gain him nothing. Jagang would not believe any such boast, and even if he did, it would hardly stay his wish to see it done. Jagang fingered a few grapes from a bowl.
You are a resourceful man, Wizard Zorander.
He popped several grapes in his mouth and chewed as he spoke.
All alone there in Adendril, with an army surrounding you, you managed to gull me into thinking I had trapped Richard Rahl and the Mother Confessor. Quite a trick. I must give you credit where credit is due. And the light spell you ignited among my men, that was remarkable.
He put another grape in his mouth.
Do you have any idea how many hundreds of thousands of them were caught up in your wizardry?
Zed could see the corded muscles in the man's hairy arm draped over the back of the chair stand out as he flexed the fist. He relaxed the hand then, and leaned forward, using his thumb to gouge out a long chunk of ham. He waved the meat as he went on.
It's that kind of magic I need you to do for me, good wizard. I understand from the stupid bitches I have who call themselves the Sisters of the Light or the Sisters of the Dark, depending on whom they've decided can offer better favors in the afterlife, that you probably didn't conjure that little bit of magic on your own, but rather you used a constructed spell from the wizard's keep and simply ignited it among my men with some kind of trick or trigger. Probably some small curiosity that one of them picked up, and in the act of having a look, they set it off.
Zed was somewhat alarmed that Jagang had been able to learn so much. The Emperor took a big bite off the end of the piece of ham as he watched them. His indulgent look was beginning to wear thin.
So, since you can't do such marvelous magic yourself, I've had a few items brought from the keep so you can tell me how they work, what they do. I'm sure there must be a great number of intriguing items among the inventory. I'd like to have some of those conjured spells so they can blow open a few of the passes into Dahara for us. It would save me some time and trouble. I'm sure you can understand my eagerness to be into Dahara and have this petty resistance finally over with.
Zed heaved a deep breath and finally spoke.
For most of those items, you could torture me to the end of time, and I still wouldn't be able to tell you anything because I don't have any knowledge of them. Unlike you, I know my own limits. I simply don't know what such a spell might look like. Even if I did, that doesn't mean I would know how to work it. I was simply lucky with that one I used.
Maybe, but you do know about some of the items. You are, after all, as I hear told, first wizard. It is your keep. To claim ignorance of the things in it is hardly credible. Despite your claim of luck, you managed to know enough about that constructed light web to ignite it among my men, so you obviously have knowledge about the most powerful of the items.
You don't know the first thing about magic, Zed snapped. You have a head full of grand ideas, and you think all you have to do is command they be done. Well, they can't. You're a fool who doesn't know the first thing about real magic or its limits.
An eyebrow lifted over one of Jagang's inky eyes.
"Oh, I think I know more than you might think, wizard. You see, I love to read, and I have the advantage of perusing some of the most remarkably gifted minds you can imagine. I probably know a great deal more about magic than you give me credit for."
"I give you credit for bold self-delusion."
"Self-delusion?"
He spread his arms.
"Can you create a slide, Wizard Zorander?"
Zed froze. Jagang had heard the name, that was all. The man liked to read. He'd read that name somewhere.
"Of course not, and neither can anyone else alive today."
"You can't create such a being, Wizard Zorander, but you have no idea how much I know about magic. You see, I've learned to bring lost talents back to life, arts that have long been believed to be dead and vanished."
"I give you the grandiosity of your dreaming, Jagang, but dreaming is easy. Your dreams can't be made real just because you dream them and decide that you wish them to come alive."
"Sister Tahira here knows the truth of it."
Jagang gestured with his knife.
"Tell him, darling. Tell him what I can dream and what I can bring to life."
The woman hesitantly stepped forward several paces. "It is as His Excellency says." She looked away from Zed's frown to fuss with her wiry gray hair. "With His Excellency's brilliant direction, we were able to bring back some of the old knowledge. With the expert guidance of our Emperor, we were able to invest in a wizard named Nicholas, an ability not seen in the world for 3,000 years. It is one of His Excellency's greatest achievements. I can personally assure you that it is as His Excellency says. A slide again walks the world. It is no fancy, Wizard Zorander, but the truth. The spirits help me," she added under her breath. "I was there to see the slide born into the world."
"You created a slide?"
Fists still bound behind his back, Zed took an angry stride toward the sister.
"Are you out of your mind, woman?"
She retreated to the back wall. Zed turned his fury on Jagang.
"Slides were a catastrophe. They can't be controlled. You would have to be crazy to create one."
Jagang smiled.
"Jealous, wizard? Jealous that you are unable to accomplish such a thing? Can't create such a weapon against me, while I can create one to take Richard Rahl and his wife from you?"
"A slide has powers you couldn't possibly control."
"A slide is no danger to a dreamwalker. My ability is quicker than his. I am his better."
"It doesn't matter how quick you are. It isn't about being quick. A slide can't be controlled, and he isn't going to do what you want."
"I seem to be controlling him just fine."
Jagang leaned in on his elbow.
"You think magic is necessary to control those you would master, but I don't need magic. Not with Nicholas, nor with mankind. You seem to be obsessed with control. I am not. I managed to find a people, those like you didn't want to walk freely among their fellow man. A people cast out by the gifted. A people reviled for not having any spark of your precious gift of magic. A people hated and banished because your kind wasn't able to control them. That was their crime, being outside the control of your magic."
Jagang's fist slammed the table. The slaves all jumped with the platters.
"This is how your kind wants mankind's future to be. Your kind wants only those with a spark of the gift to be allowed to walk free. This, so you can use your gift to control them. Like that collar around your neck, your lust is to collar all of mankind with magic. I found those outcast, ungifted people, and have brought them back into the fold of their fellow man. Much to your disapproval and the loathing of your kind, they can't be touched by your vile magic."
Zed couldn't imagine where Jagang had found such people.
"And so now you have a slide to control them for you."
"Your kind condemned and banished them. We have welcomed them among us. In fact, we wish to model man himself after them. Our cause is theirs by their very nature. purity of mankind without any taint of magic. In this way, the world will be one and at last at peace. I have the advantage over you, wizard. I have right on my side. I don't need magic to win, you do. I have mankind's best future in mind, and have set our irreversible course. With the help of these people, I took your keep. With their help, I have recovered invaluable treasures from within. You couldn't do a thing to stop them now, could you? Man will now set his own course, without the curse of magic darkening his struggle. I now have a Slide to help us to that noble end. He is working with those people for the benefit of our cause. In doing so, Nicholas has already proved invaluable. What's more, that Slide, which your kind could never control, has vowed to deliver to me the two I want most, your grandson and his wife. I have great things planned for them. Well, for her, anyway.
His red-faced rage melted into a grin.
For him, not so great things.
Zed could hardly contain his rage. Were it not for the collar stifling his gift, he would have reduced the entire place to ash by now.
Once this Nicholas becomes adept at what he can do, you will find that he will want revenge of his own, and a price you may find far too high.
Jagang spread his arms.
There you are wrong, wizard. I can afford whatever Nicholas wants for Lord Ral and the Mother Confessor. There is no such thing as a price too high. You may think me greedy and selfish, but you would be wrong. While I enjoy the spoils, I most relish the role I play in bringing heathens to heel. It is the end that truly concerns me, and in the end, I will have mankind bow as they should to our just cause and the Creator's ways.
Jagang seemed to have spent his flash of intensity. He leaned back and scooped walnuts from a silver bowl.
Zed be wrong, Addy finally spoke up. You have shown us that you know what you be doing. You will be able to control your Slide just fine. May I suggest you keep him close to aid you in your efforts?
Jagang smiled at her.
You too, my dried-up old sorceress, will be telling me all you know about what is in those crates.
Bah, Addy scoffed. You be a fool with worthless treasures. I hope you pull a muscle carrying them with you everywhere. Addy's right, Zed put in. You are an incompetent oaf, who is only going to...
Oh, come, you two. Do you think you will throw me into a fit of rage, and I'll slaughter the both of you on the spot?
His wicked grin returned.
Spare you the proper justice of what is to come.
Zed and Addy fell silent.
When I was a boy,
Jagang said in a quieter tone as he stared off into the distance,
I was nothing. A street tough in Altorang, a bully, a thief. My life was empty. My future was the next meal. One day, I saw a man coming down the street. He looked like he might have some money, and I wanted it. It was getting dark. I came up silently behind him, intending to bash in his head. But just then he turned and looked me in the eye. His smile stopped me in my tracks. It wasn't a kindly smile or a weak smile, but the kind of smile a man gives you when he knows he can kill you where you stand if it pleases him. He pulled a coin from his pocket and flipped it to me, and then without a word turned and went on his way. A few weeks later, in the middle of the night, I woke up in an alley where I slept under old blankets and crates, and I saw a shadowy form out by the street. I knew it was him before he flipped me the coin and moved off into the darkness. The next time I saw him, he was sitting on a stone bench at the edge of an old square that some of the less fortunate men of Altorang frequented. Like me, no one would give these men a chance in life. People's greed had sucked the life out of these men. I used to go there to look at them, to tell myself I didn't want to grow up to be like them, but I knew I would. A nobody, human refuse, waiting to pass into the shadow of oblivion in the afterlife. A soul without worth. I sat down on the bench beside the man and asked him why he'd given me money. Instead of giving me some answer that most people would give a boy, he told me about mankind's grand purpose, the meaning of life, and how we are here only as a brief stop on the way to what the Creator has in store for us, if we are strong enough to rise to the challenge. I'd never heard such a thing. I told him that I didn't think that such things mattered in my life, because I was only a thief. He said that I was only striking back from the injustice of my lot in life. He said that mankind was evil for making me the way I was, and only through sacrifice and helping those like me could man hope to be redeemed in the afterlife. He opened my mind to man's sinful ways. Before he left, he turned back and asked me if I knew how long eternity was. I said no. He said that our miserable time in this world was but a blink before we entered the next world. That really made me think, for the first time, about our greater purpose. Over the next months, Brother Narav took the time to talk to me, to tell me about creation and eternity. He gave me a vision of a possible better future, where before I had none. He taught me about sacrifice and redemption. I thought I was doomed to an eternity of darkness until he showed me the light. He took me in return for helping him with life's chores. For me, Brother Narav was a teacher, a priest, an advisor, a means to salvation.
Jagang's gaze rose to Zed,
and a grandfather all rolled into one. He gave me the fire of what mankind can and should be. He showed me the true sin of selfish greed and the dark void of where it would lead mankind. Over time, he made me the fist of his vision. He was the soul, I was the bone and muscle. Brother Narav allowed me the honor of igniting the revolution. He placed me at the fore of the rise of mankind over the oppression of sinfulness. We are the new hope for the future of man, and Brother Narav himself allowed me to be the one to carry his vision in the cleansing flames of mankind's redemption.
Jagang leaned back in his chair, fixing Zed with as grim a look as Zed had ever seen.
And then, this spring, while carrying Brother Narav's noble challenge to mankind, to those who had never had a chance to see the vision of what man can be, of the future without the blight of magic and oppression and greed and groveling to be better than others, I came to Aidendrill, and what do I find? Brother Narav's head on a pike, with a note, compliments of Richard Rall. The man I admired most in the world, the man who brought to us all the hallowed dream of mankind's true purpose in this life, as charged by the Creator himself, was dead, his head stuck on a pike by your grandson. If ever there was a greater blasphemy, a greater crime against the whole of mankind, I don't know of it.
Sullen shapes shifted across Jagang's black eyes.
Richard Rall will be dealt justice. He will suffer such a blow before I send him to the Keeper. I just wanted you to know your fate, old man. Your grandson will know something of that kind of pain, and the additional torment of knowing that I have his bride, and will make her pay dearly for her own crimes.
A ghost of the grin returned.
After he has paid this price, then I will kill him.
Zed yawned.
Nice story. You left out all the parts where you slaughter innocent people by the tens of thousands because they don't want to live under your vile rule or Narav's sick, twisted vision. On second thought, don't bother with the sorry excuses. Just cut off my head, put it on a pike, and be done with it.
Jagang's smile returned in its full glory.
Not as easily as that, old man. First, you have some talking to do.
Chapter 38.
Ah, yes, Zed said. The torture. I almost forgot.
Torture?
With 2 fingers, Jagang signaled a woman to the side. The older sister, standing, wringing her hands, flinched at seeing his gaze on her and immediately rushed off behind a curtain of wall hangings. Zed could hear her whispering urgent instructions to people beyond, and then the thump of feet rushing across the carpets and out of the tent. Jagang went back to his leisurely meal while Zed and Addie stood before him, starving, dying of thirst. The Dreamwalker finally set his knife across a plate. Seeing this, the slaves sprang into action, clearing away the variety of dishes, most having been tasted, but that hardly made a dent in them. In a matter of moments, the entire table was emptied of the food and drink, leaving only the books, the scrolls, the candles, and the silver bowl of walnuts. Sister Tahira, the sister who had captured Zed and Addie at the keep, stood to the side, her hands clasped before her as she watched them. Despite her obvious fear of Jagang and her servile fawning over the man, the knowing smirk at Zed and Addie betrayed the pleasure she was deriving from what was to come. When 6 grisly men entered the room and stood off to the side, Zed began to understand what it was that pleased Sister Tahira. They were unkempt, brawny, and as merciless-looking as any men Zed had ever seen. Their hair was wildly tangled and greasy. Their hands and forearms were spattered with sooty smears, their fingernails ragged and foul. Their filthy clothes were stained dark with dried blood from the labor of their profession. These men worked at torture. Zed looked away from the sister's steady gaze. She hoped to see fear, panic, or perhaps sobbing. Then a group of men and women were ushered into the dim room in the Emperor's tent. They looked to be farmers or humble working folk, probably picked up by patrols. The men embraced their wives as children huddled around the women's skirts like chicks around hens. The people were herded over to the side of the room opposite the line of torturers. Zed's eyes suddenly turned to Jagang. The Dreamwalker's black eyes were watching him as he chewed a walnut. "Emperor," said the sister who had brought the families in, "these are some of the local people from the countryside, as you requested." She held an introductory handout. "Good people, this is our revered Emperor, Jagang the Just. He brings the light of the imperial order to the world, guided by the Creator's wisdom, that we might all lead better lives and find salvation with the Creator in the afterlife." Jagang surveyed the cluster of Midlanders as they awkwardly bowed and curtsied. Zed felt sick at seeing the timid terror on their faces. They would have had to walk through the encampment of Order soldiers. They would have seen the size of the force that had overrun their homeland. Jagang lifted his arm toward Zed. "Perhaps you know this man. This is First Wizard Zorander. He is one who has ruled you with his command of magic. As you can see, he is now shackled before us. We have freed you from the wicked rule of this man and those like him." The people's eyes darted between Zed and Jagang, unsure of their role in the Emperor's tent or what they were supposed to do. They finally bobbed their heads, mumbling their thanks for their liberation. "The gifted, like these 2, could have used their ability to help mankind. Instead, they used it for themselves. Where they should have sacrificed for those in need, they were selfish. It is criminal to behave as they have, live as they have, with all they have. It makes me angry to think of all they could do for those in need, those like your poor people, were it not for their selfish ways. People suffer and die without the help they could have had, without the help these people could have given, were they not so self-centered. This wizard and his sorceress are here because they have refused to help us free the rest of the people of the New World by telling us the function of the vile things of magic we have captured along with them. Things of magic they scheme to use to slaughter untold numbers of people.
This selfish wizard and sorceress do this out of spite, that they could not have their way.
All the wide eyes turned to Zed and Addy.
I could tell you people of the vast numbers of deaths this man is responsible for, but I fear you would be unable to fathom it. I can tell you that I simply cannot allow this man to be responsible for tens of thousands more deaths.
Jagang smiled at the children then and gestured with both hands, urging them to come to him. The children, a dozen or so, from 6 or 7 to maybe 12, clung to their parents. Jagang's gaze rose to those parents as he again motioned the children to come to him. The parents understood, and reluctantly urged their children to do as the Emperor bidded them. The clump of innocents haltingly approached Jagang's outstretched arms and wide grin. He embraced them woodenly as they shuffled in close around him. He tousled the blonde hair of a boy, and then the straight sandy hair of a girl. Several of the younger ones peered pleadingly back at parents before cringing at Jagang's meaty hand on their backs, his jovial pat on their cheek. Silent terror hung thick in the air. It was as frightening a sight as Zed had ever witnessed.
"Well now," the smiling Emperor said, "let me get to the reason I have called upon you people."
His powerful arms gathered the children before him. As a sister blocked a boy wanting to return to his parents, Jagang put his huge hands on a young girl's waist and set her upon his knee. The girl's wide eyes stared up at the smiling face, the bald head, but mostly at the nightmare void of the dream-walker's inky eyes. Jagang looked from the girl back to the parents.
"You see, the wizard and sorceress have refused to offer their help. In order to save a great many lives, I must have their cooperation. They must answer honestly all my questions. They refuse. I'm hoping you good people can convince them to tell us what we need to know in order to save the lives of a great many people and free a great many more from the oppression of their magic."
Jagang looked toward the row of men standing silently against the opposite wall. With a single tilt of his head, he commanded them forward. "What are you doing?" a woman asked, even as her husband tried to restrain her. "What do you intend?"
"What I intend," Jagang told the crowd of parents, "is for you good people to convince the wizard and the sorceress to talk. I'm going to put you in a tent alone with them so that you can persuade them to do their duty to mankind. Persuade them to cooperate with us."
As the men began seizing the children, they finally burst out in frightened crying. The parents, seeing their red-faced children bawling in terror, cried out themselves and rushed forward to retrieve them. The big men, each holding one or two little arms in a fist, shoved the parents back. The parents fell to hysterical screaming for the children to be freed.
"I'm sorry, but I can't do that,"
Jagang said over the wails of the children. He tilted his head again, and the men started carting the twisting, screaming children out of the tent. The parents were wailing as well, trying to reach in past big, filthy arms to touch what was to them most precious in the world. The parents were bewildered and horrified, fearing to cross a line that would bring wrath down on their children, yet not wanting them to be carted away. Against their urgent pleading, the children were swiftly whisked away. As the children were taken out, the sisters immediately blocked the doorway behind them, keeping the parents from following. The tent fell to pandemonium. With the single word, "Silence," from Jagang and his fist on the table, everyone fell silent.
"Now," Jagang said, "these 2 prisoners are going to be confined to a tent. All of you are going to be in there alone with them. There will be no guards, no watchers."
"But what about our children?" a woman in tears begged, caring nothing about Zed and Addy. Jagang pulled a squat candle toward him on the table.
"This will be the tent with these 2 and you good people."
He circled a finger around the candle.
All around this tent with you and the criminals, there will be other tents close.
Everyone stared at his ringed finger going round and round the candle.
Your children will be close by, in these tents.
Jagang scooped up a handful of walnuts from the silver bowl. He dribbled some onto the table around the candle and put the rest into his mouth. The room was silent as they all stared at him, watching him chew the walnuts, afraid to ask a question, afraid to hear what he might say next. Finally, a woman could no longer hold her tongue.
"Why will they be in there in those tents?"
Jagang's black eyes took them all in before he spoke, making sure none would miss what he had to tell them.
Those men who took your children to those tents will be torturing them.
The parents' eyes widened. Blood drained from their faces. One woman fainted. Several others bent to her. Sister Tahira squatted beside the woman and touched a hand to the woman's forehead. The woman's eyes popped open. The sister told the women to get her to her feet. When Jagang was satisfied that he had everyone's attention, he circled a finger around the candle again, over the walnuts around it.
The tents will be close around so you can all clearly hear your children being tortured. To be sure that you understand that they will not be spared the worst those men can do.
The parents stood frozen, staring, seemingly unable to believe the reality of what they were hearing.
Every few hours, I will come to see if you good people have convinced the wizard and the sorceress to tell us what we need to know. If you have not succeeded, then I will go off to other business, and when I have the time, I will return again to check if those two have decided to talk. Just be sure that this wizard and sorceress do not die while you convince them to be reasonable. If they die, then they can't answer our questions. Only when and if they answer questions will the children be released.
Jagang turned his nightmare eyes on Zed.
My men have a great deal of experience at torturing people. When you hear the screams coming from the tents all around, you will have no doubt as to their skill or their determination. I think you should know that they can keep their guests alive under torture for days, but they cannot work miracles. People, especially such young, tender souls, cannot survive indefinitely. But should these children die before you agree to cooperate, there are plenty more families with children who can take their place.
Zed could not halt the tears that ran down his face to drip off his chin as Sister Tahira took his arm and pulled him toward the doorway. The crowd of parents fell on him, clawing at his clothes, screaming and crying for him to do as the Emperor asked. Zed dug in his heels and struggled to a stop before the table. Desperate hands clutched at his robes. As he looked around at their tear-stained faces meeting the eyes of each, they fell silent.
"I hope you people can now understand the nature of what it is we are fighting. I am so sorry, but I cannot dull the pain of this darkest hour of your lives. If I were to do as this man wants, countless more children would be subjected to this tyrant's brutality. I know that you will not be able to weigh this against the precious lives of your children, but I must. Pray the good spirits take them quickly, and take them to a place of eternal peace."
Zed could not say more to them, to their desperate gazes. He turned his watery eyes to Jagang.
"This will not work, Jagang. I know you will do it anyway, but it will not work."
Behind the heavy table, Jagang slowly rose.
Children in this land of yours are plentiful. How many are you prepared to sacrifice before you allow mankind to be free? How long are you willing to persist in your stubborn refusal to allow them to have a future free from suffering, want, and your uninspired morals?
The heavy gold and silver chains around his neck, the looted medallions and ornaments resting against his muscled chest, and the rings of kings on his fingers all sparkled in the candlelight. Zed felt the numb weight of a hopeless future under the yoke of the monstrous ideals of this man and his ilk.
You cannot win in this, wizard. Like all those who fight on your side to oppress mankind, to allow the common people to be left to cruel fate, you are not even willing to sacrifice for the sake of the lives of children. You are brave with words, but you have a cold soul and a weak heart. You don't have the will to do what must be done to prevail. I do.
Jagang tilted his head, and the sisters shoved Zed toward the door. The screaming, crying, begging crowd of people closed in around Zed and Addie, clawing and pawing at them in wild desperation. In the distance, Zed could hear the horrifying screams of their terrified children. Chapter 39. "They aren't far," Richard said as he stepped back in among the trees. He stood silently watching as Kaelin straightened the shoulders of her dress. The dress showed no ill effects from its long confinement in their packs. The almost white, satiny smooth fabric glistened in the eerie light of the churning overcast. The flowing lines of the dress, cut square at the neck, bore no lace or frills, nothing to distract from its simple elegance. The sight of Kaelin in that dress still took his breath away. She looked out through the trees when they heard Kara's whistle. The warning signal Richard had taught Kara was the plaintive, high, clear whistle of a common wood pewee, although Kara didn't know that's what it was. When he'd first told Kara that he wanted to teach her a pewee bird call as a warning signal, she said she wasn't going to learn the call of any bird named a pewee. Richard gave in and told her that he would instead teach her the call of the small, fierce, short-tailed pine hawk, but only if she would be willing to work hard at getting it right, since it was more difficult. Satisfied to have her way, Kara had agreed and readily learned the simple whistle. She was good at it, and used it often as a signal. Richard never told her that there was no such thing as a short-tailed pine hawk, or that hawks didn't make whistles like that. Out through the screen of branches, the dark form of the statue stood guard over an area of the pass that for thousands of years had been deserted. Richard wondered again why the people back then would have put such a statue in a pass no one was likely to ever again visit. He thought about the ancient society that had placed it, and at what they must have thought, sealing people away for the crime of not having a spark of the gift. Richard brushed pine needles off the back of the sleeve of Kaelin's dress. "Here, hold still. Let me look at you." Kaelin turned back, arms at her sides, as he smoothed the fabric at her upper arms. Her unafraid green eyes, beneath eyebrows that had the graceful arch of a raptor's wings in flight, met his gaze. Her features seemed to have only grown more exquisite since he had first met her. Her look, her pose, the way she gazed at him as if she could see into his soul, struck a chord in him. Clearly evident in her eyes was the intelligence that had from the first so captivated him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Despite everything, he couldn't hold back his smile. Standing there like that, in that dress, your long hair so beautiful, the green of the trees behind you, it just suddenly reminded me of the first time I saw you. Her special smile, the smile she gave no one but him, spread radiantly through her bewitching eyes. She put her wrists on his shoulders and locked her fingers behind his neck, pulling him into a kiss. As it always did, her kiss so completely consumed him with his need of her that he momentarily lost track of the world. She melted into his embrace. For that moment, there was no imperial order, no Bandakar, no Daharan Empire, no sword of truth, no chimes, no gift turning its power against him, no poison, no warning beacons, no black-tipped races, no Jagang, no Nicholas, no Sisters of the Dark. Her kiss made him forget everything but her. In that moment, there was nothing but the two of them. Kaelin made his life complete. Her kiss reaffirmed that bond. She pulled back, gazing up into his eyes again. Seems like you've had nothing but trouble ever since that day you found me. Richard smiled. My life is what I've had since that day I found you. When I found you, I found my life. Holding her face in both hands, he kissed her again. Betty nudged his leg and bleated. "You two about ready?" Jensen called down the hill. "They'll be here soon. Didn't you hear Kara's whistle?" "We heard," Kalen called up to Jensen. "We'll be right there." Turning back, she smiled as she looked him up and down. "Well, Lord Rahl, you certainly don't look the way you did the first time I saw you." She straightened the tooled leather baldric lying over the black tunic banded in gold. "But you look exactly the same, too. Your eyes are the same as I saw that day." She cocked her head as she smiled up at him. "I don't see the headache of the gift in your eyes." "It's been gone for a while, but after that kiss it would be impossible to have a headache." "Well, if it comes back," she said with intimate promise, "just tell me and I'll see what I can do to make it go away." Richard ran his fingers through her hair and gazed one last time into her eyes before slipping his arm around her waist. Together they walked through the cathedral of trees that was their cover off to the side near the crown of the ridge and out toward the open slope. Between the trunks of the pines he could see Jensen running down the hill, leaping from rock to rock, avoiding the patches of snow. She rushed in to meet them just within the small cluster of trees. "I spotted them," she said breathlessly. "I could see them down in the gorge on the far side. They'll be up here soon." A grin brightened her face. "I saw Tom leading them." Jensen took in the sight of both of them then, Kalen in the white dress of the Mother Confessor, and Richard in the outfit he had in part found in the keep that had once been worn by war wizards. By the surprise on Jensen's face, he thought she might curtsy. "Wow," she said. "That sure is some dress." She looked Richard up and down again. "You two look like you should rule the world." "Well," Richard said, "let's hope Owen's people think so." Kara pushed a spruce bough aside as she ducked in under the limbs of trees. Dressed again in her skin-tight red leather outfit, she looked as intimidating as she had the first time Richard had seen her in the grand halls of the People's Palace in Dahara. "Lord Rahl once confided in me that he intended to rule the world," Kara said, having heard Jensen's pronouncement. "Really?" Jensen asked. Richard sighed at her awe. "Ruling the world has proven more difficult than I thought it would be." "If you would listen more to the Mother Confessor and to me," Kara advised, "you would have an easier time of it." Richard ignored Kara's cockiness. "Would you get everything together? I want to be up there with Kalen before Tom arrives with Owen and his men." Kara nodded and started collecting the things they'd been working so hard to make, stacking some and taking account of others. Richard laid a hand on Jensen's shoulder. "Tie Betty up so that she'll stay here for now, all right? We don't need her in the way." "I'll see to it," Jensen said, as she fussed with ringlets of her red hair. "I'll make sure she won't be able to bother us or wander off." It was plainly evident how eager she was to see Tom again. "You look beautiful," Richard assured her. Her grin returned to overpower the anxious expression. Betty's tail was a blur as she peered up at them, eager to go wherever the rest of them were going. "Come on," Jensen said to her friend. "You're staying here for a while." Jensen snatched Betty's rope, holding her back as Richard, with Kalen close at his side, made his way out past the last of the trees and onto the open ledge. Somber clouds hung low against the face of surrounding mountains. With the towering snow-capped peaks hidden by the low, ominous clouds, Richard thought it felt like they were near the roof of the world. The wind down at the ground had died, leaving the trees motionless and, by contrast, making the boiling movement of the cloud masses seem almost alive. The flurries of the day before had ended, and then the sun had made a brief appearance to shrink the patches of snow on the pass. He didn't think there was much chance of seeing the sun this day. The towering stone sentinel waited at the top of the trail, watching forever over the pass and out toward the pillars of creation. As they approached it, Richard scanned the surrounding sky, but saw only some small birds, flycatchers and white-breasted nuthatches, flitting among the nearby stand of spruce trees. He was relieved that the races had remained absent ever since they had taken this ancient trail up through the pass. The first night up in the pass, farther back down the slope in the heavier forests, they had worked hard to build a snug shelter, just managing to get it done as darkness had settled into the vast woods. Early the next day, Richard had cleared snow off the statue and all around the ledges of the base. He had discovered more writing. Page 397. He now knew more about this man whose statue had been placed there in the pass. Another small flurry had since dusted snow over the writing, burying again the long-dead words. Kalin placed a comforting hand on his back. "They will listen, Richard. They will listen to you." With every breath, pain pulled at him from deep inside. It was getting worse. "They'd better, or I'll have no chance to get the antidote to this poison." He knew he couldn't do it alone. Even if he knew how to call upon his gift and command its magic, he still would not be able to wave a hand or perform some grand feat of conjuring that would cast the Imperial Order out of the Bandakaran Empire. He knew that such things were beyond the scope of even the most powerful magic. Magic, properly used, properly conceived, was a tool, much like his sword, employed to accomplish a goal. Magic was not what would save him. Magic was not a panacea. If he was to succeed, he had to use his head to come up with a way to prevail. He no longer knew if he could even depend on the magic of the Sword of Truth, nor did he know how long he had before his own gift might kill him. At times it felt as if his gift and the poison were in a race to see which could do him in first. Richard led Kalin the rest of the way up and around to the back of the statue, to a small prominence of rock at the very top of the pass, where he wanted to wait for the men. From that spot, they could see through the gaps in the mountains and back into Bandakar. Out at the edge of the level area, Richard spotted Tom down below, leading the men through the trees and up the switchback trail. Tom peered up as he ascended the trail and spotted Richard and Kalin. He saw how they were dressed, where they stood, and gave no familiar wave, realizing that doing so would be inappropriate. Through breaks in the trees, Richard could see men following Tom's gaze up above them. Richard lifted his sword a few inches, checking that it was clear in its scabbard. Overhead, the dark, towering clouds all around seemed to have gathered, as if they were all crowding into the confines of the pass to watch. Standing tall as he gazed off to the unknown land beyond, to an unknown empire, Richard took Kalin's hand. Hand in hand, they silently awaited what would be the beginning of a challenge that would change forever the nature of the world, or would be the end of his chance at life. Chapter 40. As the men following Tom emerged from the trees below and into the open, Richard was dismayed to see that their numbers were far less than Owen said had been hiding with him in the hills. Rubbing the furrows on his brow with his fingertips, Richard stepped back up to the short plateau where Kalin waited. His own brow drew down with concern. "What's wrong?" "I doubt they brought 50 men." Kalin took up his hand again, her voice coming in gentle assurance. "That's 50 more than we had." Kara came up behind them, dropping her load off to the side. She took up station behind Richard to his left, on the opposite side from Kalin. Richard met her grim gaze. He wondered how the woman always managed to look as if she fully expected everything to happen just as she wished it to happen, and that was the end of it. Tom stepped up over the edge of the rock, the men following. He was sweating from the exertion of the climb, but a tight smile warmed his face when he saw Jensen just coming up the other side of the rise. She returned the brief smile, and then stood in the shadows beside the base of the statue, back out of the way. When the unkempt band of men caught sight of Richard in his black pants and boots, black tunic trimmed in a band of gold around the edge, the broad leather belt, The leather-padded silver wristbands with ancient symbols circling them, and the gleaming silver and gold-wrought scabbard, they seemed to lose their courage. When they saw Calen standing beside him, they cowered back toward the edge, bowing hesitantly, not knowing what they were supposed to do. "Come on, then," Tom told them, prompting them all to come up onto the expanse of flat rock in front of Richard and Calen. Owen whispered to the men as he moved among them, urging them to come forward as Tom was gesturing. They complied timidly, shuffling a little closer, but still leaving a wide safety margin between themselves and Richard. As the men all gazed about, unsure as to what they were supposed to do next, Kara stepped forward and held an arm out toward Richard. "I present Lord Rahl," she said in a clear tone that rang out over the men gathered at the top of the pass. "The seeker of truth and wielder of the sword of truth, the bringer of death, the master of the Daharan Empire, and husband to the Mother Confessor herself." If the men had looked timid and unsure before, Kara's introduction made them all the more so. When they looked from Richard and Calen back to Kara's penetrating blue eyes, seeing her waiting, they all went to a knee in a bow before Richard. When Kara stepped deliberately to the fore in front of the men, turned and went to her knees, Tom got the message and did the same. Both bent forward and touched their foreheads to the ground. In the silent late morning air, the men waited, still unsure what it was they were to do. "Master Rahl, guide us," Kara said in a clear voice so the men could all hear her. She waited. Tom looked back over his shoulder at all the blonde-headed men watching. When Tom frowned with displeasure, the men understood that they were expected to follow the lead. They all finally went to both knees and bowed forward, imitating Tom and Kara, until their foreheads touched the cold granite. "Master Rahl, guide us," Kara began again, never lifting her forehead from the ground. This time, led by Tom, the men all repeated the words after her. "Master Rahl, guide us," they said with a decided lack of unity. "Master Rahl, teach us," Kara said when they all had finished the beginning of the oath. They followed her lead again, but still hesitantly and without much coordination. "Master Rahl, protect us," Kara said. The men repeated the words, their voices coming a little more in union. "In your light we thrive." The men mumbled the words after her. "In your mercy we are sheltered." They repeated the line. "In your wisdom we are humbled." Again they spoke the words after her. "We live only to serve." When they finished repeating the words, she spoke the last line in a clear voice. "Our lives are yours." Kara rose up on her knees when they finished and glared back at the men all still bowed forward, but peeking up at her. "Those are the words of the devotion to the Lord Rahl. You will now speak it together with me 3 times, as is proper in the field." Kara again put her forehead to the ground at Richard's feet. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Richard and Calen stood above the people as they spoke the second and third devotion. This was no empty show put on by Kara for the benefit of the men. This was the devotion as it had been spoken for thousands of years, and Kara meant every word of it. "You may rise now," she told the men. The men cautiously returned to their feet, hunched in worry, waiting silently. Richard met all their eyes before he began. "I am Richard Rahl. I am the man you men decided to poison so as to enslave me and thus force me to do your bidding. What you have done is a crime. While you may believe that you can justify your action as proper, or think of it as merely a means of persuasion, nothing can give you the right to threaten or take the life of another who has done you no harm nor intended none. That, along with torture, rape, and murder, is the means by which the imperial order rules." "But we meant you no harm," one of the men called out in horror that Richard would accuse them of such a ghastly crime. Other men spoke up in agreement that Richard had it all wrong. "You think I am a savage," Richard said in a tone of voice that silenced them and put them back a step. You think yourselves better than me, and so that somehow makes it all right to do this to me, and to try to do it to the Mother Confessor, because you want something, and like petulant children you expect us to give it to you. The alternative you give me is death. The task you demand of me is difficult beyond your imagination, making my death from your poison a very real possibility, and likely. That is the reality of it. I already came close to dying from your poison. At the last possible instant, I was granted a temporary stay of my execution when one of you gave me a provisional antidote. My friends and loved ones believed I would die that night. You were the cause of it. You men consciously decided to poison me, thereby accepting the fact that you might be killing me.
No,
a man insisted, his hands clasped in supplication.
We never intended to harm you.
If there was not a credible threat to my life, then why would I do as you wish? If you truly mean me no harm and are not committed to killing me if I don't go along with you, then prove it and give me the antidote so that I can have my life back. It's my life, not yours. This time no one spoke up. No? So you see then, it is as I say. You men are committed to either murder or enslavement. The only choice I have in it is which of those two it will be. I will hear no more of your feelings about what you intended. Your feelings do not absolve you of your very real deeds. Your actions, not your feelings, speak the truth of your intent. Richard clasped his hands behind his back as he paced slowly before the men. Now, I could do as you people are fond of doing and tell myself that I can't know if any of it is true. I could do as you would do, declare myself inadequate to the task of knowing what's real and refuse to face reality. But I am the seeker of truth, because I do not try to hide from reality. The choice to live demands that the truth be faced. I intend to do that. I intend to live. You men must decide today what you will do, what will be the future of your lives and the lives of the ones you love. You are going to have to deal with reality the same as I must if you are to have a chance at life. Today, you will have to face a great deal of the truth if you are to have that which you seek. Richard gestured to Owen. I thought you said there were more men than this. Where are the rest? Owen took a step forward.
Lord Rahl, to prevent violence, they turned themselves over to the men of the Order.
Richard stared at the man. Owen, after all you've told me, after all those men have seen from the Order, how could they possibly believe such a thing?
But how are we to know that this time it will not stop the violence? We can't know the nature of reality or...
I told you before, with me, you will confine yourself to what is, and not repeat meaningless phrases you have memorized. If you have real facts, I want to hear them. I'm not interested in meaningless nonsense. Owen pulled his small pack off his back. He fished around inside and came up with a small canvas pouch. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gazed at it.
The men of the Order found out that there were men hiding out in the hills. One of those men hiding with us had 3 daughters. In order to prevent a cycle of violence, someone in our town told the men of the Order which girls were his daughters. Every day the men of the Order tied a rope to a finger of each one of these 3 girls. One man held the girl while another pulled on the rope until her finger tore off. The men of the Order told a man from our town to go to the hills and give the 3 fingers to our men. Every day he came.
Owen handed the bag to Richard.
These are the fingers from each of his daughters. The man who brought them to our men was in a daze. They said he no longer seemed human. He talked in a dead voice. He repeated what he had been bidden to say. He had decided that since nothing was real, he would see nothing and do as he was told. He said that the men of the Order told him that some of the people from our town had given the names of the men in the hills, and that they had the children of those other men as well. They said that unless the men returned and gave themselves up, they would do the same to the other children.
A little more than half the men hiding in the hills could not stand to think of themselves being the cause of such violence, and so they went back to our town and gave themselves over to the men of the order." "Why are you giving me this?" Richard asked. "Because," Owen said, his voice filled with tears, "I wanted you to know why our men had no choice but to turn themselves in. They could not stand to think of their loved ones suffering such terrible agony because of them." Richard looked out at the mournful men watching him. He felt his anger boiling up inside, but he kept it in check as he spoke. "I can understand what those men were trying to do by giving themselves up. I can't fault them for it. It won't help, but I couldn't fault them for desperately wanting to spare their loved ones from harm." Despite his rage, Richard spoke in a soft voice. "I'm sorry that your people are suffering such brutality at the hands of the Imperial Order. But understand this. It is real, and the Order is the cause of it. Those men of yours, if they did as the Order commanded, or if they failed to, were not the cause of violence. The responsibility for causing violence is entirely the Order's. You did not go out and attack them. They came to you, they attacked you, they enslave and torture and murder you." Most of the men stood in slumped poses, staring at the ground. "Do any of the rest of you have children?" A number of the men nodded or mumbled that they did. Richard ran his hand back through his hair. "Why haven't the rest of you turned yourselves in, then? Why are you here and not trying to stop the suffering in the same way the others did?" The men looked at one another, some seeming confused by the question, while others appearing unable to put their reasons into words. Their sorrow, their distress, even their hesitant resolve were evident on their faces, but they could not come up with words to explain why they would not turn themselves in. Richard held up the small canvas bag with the gruesome treasure, not allowing them to avoid the issue. "You all knew about this. Why did you not return as well?" Finally, one man spoke up. "I sneaked to the fields at sunset and talked to a man working the crops and asked what happened to those men who had returned. He said that many of their children had already been taken away, others had died. All the men who had come in from the hills had been taken away. None were allowed to return to their homes, to their families. What good would it do for us to go back?" "What good indeed," Richard murmured. This was the first sign that they grasped the true nature of the situation. "You have to stop the Order," Owen said. "You must give us our freedom. Why have you made us make this journey?" Richard's initial spark of confidence dimmed. While they might have in part grasped the truth of their troubles, they certainly weren't facing the nature of any real solution. They simply wanted to be saved. They still expected someone to do it for them. Richard. The men all looked relieved that Owen had at last asked the question. They were apparently too timid to ask it themselves. As they waited, some of the men couldn't help stealing glances at Jensen, standing to the rear. Most of the men also appeared troubled by the statue looming behind Richard. They could only see the back of it, and didn't really know what it was meant to be. "Because," Richard finally told them, "in order for me to do as you want, it's important that you all come to understand everything involved. You expect me to simply do this for you. I can't. You are going to have to help me in this, or you and all of your loved ones are lost. If we are to succeed, then you men must help the rest of your people come to understand the things I have to tell you. You have gone this far. You have suffered this much. You have made this much of a commitment. You realize that if you do the same as your friends have been trying to do, if you apply those same useless solutions, you too will be enslaved or murdered. You are running out of options. You all have made a decision to at least try to succeed, to try to rid yourselves of the brutes killing and enslaving your people. You men here are their last chance, their only chance. You must now hear the rest of what I have to tell you, and then make up your minds as to what will be your future." The haggard, ragtag men, all dressed in worn and dirty clothes, all looking like they'd had a very difficult time of living in the hills, either spoke up or nodded that they would hear him out. Some even looked as if they might be relieved by how directly and honestly he spoke to them. A few even looked hungry for what he might say. Chapter 41. 3 years ago from the coming autumn, Richard began, I lived in a place called Heartland. I was a woods guide. I had a peaceful life in a place I loved, among those I loved. I knew very little about the places beyond my home. In some ways, I was like you people before the order came, so I can understand some of what you felt about how things changed. Like you, I lived beyond a boundary that protected us from those who would do us harm. The men broke out in excited whispering, apparently surprised and pleased that they could relate to him in this way, that they had something so basic in common with him. "What happened then?" one of the men asked. Richard couldn't help himself. He couldn't hold back the smile that overwhelmed him. One day in my woods, he held his hand out to the side, Kaylin showed up. Like you, her people were in desperate trouble. She needed help. Rather than poison me, though, she told me her story and how trouble was coming our way. Much like you, the boundary protecting her people had failed, and a tyrant had invaded her homeland. She also came bearing a warning that this man would soon come to my homeland, too, and conquer my people, my friends, my loved ones. All the faces turned toward Kaylin. The men stared openly, as if seeing her for the first time. It looked to be astonishing to them that this statuesque woman before them could be a savage, as they thought of outsiders, and have the same kind of trouble they'd had. Richard was leaving out vast chunks of the story, but he wanted to keep it simple enough to be clear to these men. I was named the Seeker of Truth and given this sword to help me in this important struggle. Richard lifted the hilt clear of the scabbard by half the length of the blade, letting the men all see the polished steel. Many grimaced at seeing such a weapon. Together, side by side, Kaylin and I struggled to stop the man who sought to enslave or destroy us all. In a strange land, she was my guide, not only helping me to fight against those who would kill us, but helping me to come to understand the wider world I had never before considered. She opened my eyes to what was out there, beyond the boundary that had protected me and my people. She helped me to see the approaching shadow of tyranny and know the true stakes involved, life itself. She made me live up to the challenge. Had she not, I would not be alive today, and a great many more people would be dead or enslaved. Richard had to turn away then, at the flood of painful memories, at the thought of all those lost in the struggle, at the victories so hard won. He put his hand to the statue for support as he remembered the gruesome murder of George Cypher, the man who had raised him, the man who, until that struggle, Richard had always believed was his father. The pain of it, so distant and far away, came rushing back again. He remembered the horror of that time, of suddenly realizing that he would never again see the man he dearly loved. He had forgotten until that moment how much he missed him. Richard gathered his composure and turned back to the men. In the end, and only with Kaylin's help, I won the struggle against that tyrant I had never known existed until the day she came into my woods and warned me. That man was Darken Rahl, my father, a man I had never known. The men stared in disbelief. "You never knew?" one asked in an astonished voice. Richard shook his head. "It's a very long story. Maybe another time I will tell you men all of it. For now I must tell you the important parts that are relevant to you and those you love back there in your homes." Richard looked at the ground before him, thinking as he paced in front of the disorderly knot of men. "When I killed Darken Rahl, I did it to keep him from killing me and my loved ones. He had tortured and murdered countless people, and that alone earned him death. But I had to kill him, or he would have killed me. I didn't know at the time that he was my real father, or that in killing him, since I was his heir, I would become the new Lord Rahl. Had he known who I was, he might not have been trying to kill me, but he didn't know. I had information he wanted. He intended to torture it out of me and then kill me. I killed him first. Since that time, I have come to learn a great deal. What I learned connects us. Richard gestured to the men and then placed the hand on his own chest as he met their gazes, in ways you must come to understand as well if you are to succeed in this new struggle. The land where I grew up, Kalen's land, and the land of Dahara all make up the New World. As you have learned, this vast land down here outside where you grew up is called the Old World. After I became Lord Rahl, the barrier protecting us from the Old World failed, much as your own boundary failed. When it did, Emperor Jagang of the Imperial Order down here in the Old World used the opportunity to invade the New World, my home, much as he invaded your home. We've been fighting him and his troops for over 2 years, trying to defeat them, or at least to drive them back to the Old World. The barrier that failed had protected us from the Order, or men like them, for around 3,000 years, longer even than you were protected. Before that barrier was placed at the end of a great war, the enemy at the time, from the Old World, had used magic to create people called Dream Walkers. The men fell to whispering. They had heard the name, but they didn't really understand it, and speculated on what it could mean. Dream Walkers, Richard explained when they had quieted, could enter a person's mind in order to control them. There was no defense. Once a dream walker took over your mind, you became his slave, unable to resist his commands. The people back then were desperate. A man named Ulrich Rahl, my ancestor, came up with a way to protect people's minds from being taken over by the dream walkers. He was not only the Lord Rahl who ruled Dahara at the time, but he was also a great wizard. Through his ability, he created a bond that, when spoken earnestly or given in a more simple form with heartfelt sincerity, protected people from dreamwalkers entering their minds. Ulrich Rahl's link of magic to his people through this bond protected them. The devotion you men all gave is the formal declaration of that bond. It has been given by the Daharan people to their Lord Rahl for 3,000 years. Some of the men in front stepped forward, their faces etched with anxiety. "Are we protected then from the Dreamwalkers, Lord Rahl, because we gave this oath? Are we protected from the Dreamwalkers entering our minds and taking us?" Richard shook his head. "You and your people need no protection. You are already protected in another way." Relief swept through the crowd of men. Some gripped the shoulder of another, or placed a hand in relief on a friend's back. They looked as if they feared that dream walkers were stalking them, and they had just been spared at the last instant. "But how is it that we can be protected?" Owen asked. Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "Well, that's the part that in a way connects us. You see, as I understand it, magic needs balance in order to function." There were knowing nods all around, as if these pristinely ungifted men all had an intimate understanding of magic. "When Ulrich Rahl used magic to create this bond in order to protect his people," Richard went on, "there needed to always be a Lord Rahl to complete the bond, to maintain its power. Not all wizards bear children who also possess this gifted ability, so part of what Ulrich Rahl did when he created this bond was to make it so that the Lord Rahl would always bear one son who had magic, who had the gift, and could complete this bond with the people of Dahara. In this way, they would always be protected." Richard held up a finger to make his point as he swept his gaze over the crowd of men. What they didn't know at the time was that this magic inadvertently created its own balance. While the Lord Rahl always produced a gifted heir, a wizard like him, it was only discovered later that he also occasionally produced offspring who were entirely without any magic. Richard could see by the blank looks that the men didn't grasp what he was telling them. He imagined that for people living such isolated lives, his story must seem rather confusing, if not far-fetched. He remembered his own confusion about magic before the boundary had come down and he'd met Kalen. He hadn't been raised around magic, and he still didn't understand most of it himself. He'd been born with both sides of the gift, and yet he didn't know how to control it. "You see," he said, "only some people have magic, are gifted, as it's called. But all people are born with at least a very tiny spark of the gift, even though they can't manipulate magic. Until just recently, everyone thought of these people as ungifted, you see. The gifted, like wizards and sorceresses, can manipulate magic, and the rest of the people can't, so they were believed to be ungifted. But it turns out that this isn't accurate, since there is an infinitesimal spark of the gift in everyone born. This tiny spark of the gift is actually what allows people to interact with the magic in the world around them, that is, with things and creatures that have magical properties, and with people who are gifted in a more comprehensive sense, those who do have the ability to manipulate magic." "Some people in Bandakar have magic too," a man said. "True magic. Only those who have never seen—" "No," Richard said, cutting him off. He didn't want them losing track of his account. "Owen told me about what you people believe is magic. That's not magic. That's mysticism. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real magic that produces real results in the real world. Forget what you've been taught about magic, about how faith supposedly creates what you believe in and that is real magic. It's not real. It's just the fanciful illusion of magic in people's imaginations." "But it is real," someone said in a respectful but firm voice. "More real than what you see and feel." Richard turned a harsh look on the men. "If it's so real, then why did you have to use a known poison on me that was mixed by a man who had worked his whole life with herbs?" "Because you know what's real, that's why. When it was vital to your self-interest, to your lives, you resorted to dealing in reality, to what you know really works." Richard pointed back at Kalen. "The Mother Confessor has real magic. It's no fanciful curse put on someone, and when they die 10 years later, people believe the curse was the cause. She has real magic that is in elemental ways linked to death, so it affects even you. She can touch someone with this real magic, and in an instant they will be dead. Not 10 years from now, right now, on the spot." Richard stood resolutely in front of the men, gazing from eye to eye. "If someone doesn't believe that is real magic, then let's have a test. Let them perform their faith-based magic and put a spell on me to kill me right here and now. After they've done that, then they will come forward and be touched by the Mother Confessor's very real lethal power. Then everyone else will be able to see the results and judge for themselves." He looked from face to face. "Anyone willing to take up the test? Any magicians among all you ungifted people willing to try it?" When the men remained silent, no one moving, Richard went on. "So it would seem that you men do have some understanding of what's real and what isn't. Keep that in mind. Learn from it. Now, I told you how the Lord Rahl always bore a son with magic, so he could pass on the rule of Dahara and his gifted ability in order to make the bond work. But as I said, the bond that Ulrich Rahl created may have had an unintended consequence. Only later was it discovered that the Lord Rahl, possibly as a means of balance, also sometimes produced offspring that were entirely without any magic, not just ungifted in the way most people are, but unlike any people ever born before. They were pristinely ungifted. These pristinely ungifted people had absolutely no spark of the gift whatsoever. Because of that, because they were pristinely ungifted, they were unable to interact with the real magic in the world. They were unable to be touched by magic at all. For them, magic might as well not exist, because they were not born with the ability to see it or to interact with it. You might say they were like a bird that could not fly. They looked like a bird, they had feathers, they ate bugs, but they couldn't fly. Back then in that time, 3,000 years ago, after the bond had been created to protect people from dreamwalkers in the war, the wizards finally succeeded in placing a barrier between the old and the new world. Because those in the old world could no longer come to the new world to wage war, the Great War ended. Peace finally came. The people of the new world discovered, though, that they had a problem. These pristinely ungifted offspring of the Lord Rahl passed this trait on to their children. Every offspring of a marriage with at least one of these pristinely ungifted partners bears pristinely ungifted children. Always, every time. As these offspring married and had children and then grandchildren and then great-grandchildren, as there were more and more of them, that pristinely ungifted trait began spreading throughout the population. People at the time were frightened because they depended on magic. Magic was part of their world. Magic was what had saved them from the dreamwalkers. Magic had created the barrier that protected them from the horde from the old world. Magic had ended the war. Magic healed people, found lost children, produced beautiful creations of art that inspired and brought joy. Magic could help guide people in the course of future events. Some towns grew up around a gifted person who could serve people's needs. Many gifted people earned a living performing such services. In some things, magic gave people control over nature and thus made the lives of everyone better. Things accomplished with the aid of magic improved the living conditions of nearly everyone. Magic was a force of individual creation and thus individual accomplishment. Nearly everyone derived some benefit from it. This is not to say that magic was or is indispensable, but that it was a useful aid, a tool. Magic was like their right arm, yet it's the mind of man, not his magic, that is indispensable. Much like you could survive without your right arm, but you couldn't survive without your mind. But magic had become intertwined in the lives of everyone, so many believed that it was absolutely indispensable. The people came to feel that this new threat, the pristinely ungifted trait spreading through the population, would be the end of everything they knew, everything that they thought was important, that it would be the end of their most vital protection, magic. Richard gazed out at the faces, waiting to make sure that the men had grasped the essence of the story, that they understood how desperate the people must have been and why. "So what did the people do about these new, pristinely ungifted people among them?" a man in the back asked. In a quiet tone, Richard said, "Something terrible." He pulled the book from a leather pouch on his belt and held it up for all the men to see as he again paced before them. The clouds, laden with storms of snow, rolled silently through the frigid valley pass, bound for the peaks above them. This book is called The Pillars of Creation. That's what the wizards back then called these pristinely ungifted people, pillars of creation, because they had the power, with this trait that they passed along to their offspring, to alter the very nature of mankind. They were the foundation of an entirely new kind of people, people without any connection to magic. I only just a short time ago came across this book. It's meant for the Lord Rahl and others, so that they will know about these pristinely ungifted people who are unaffected by magic. The book tells the history of how these people came about, through those born to the Lord Rahl, along with the history of what was discovered about them. It also reveals what the people back then, thousands of years ago, did about these pillars of creation. Men rubbed their arms in the cold air as Richard slowly paced before them. They all looked caught up in the story. "So," Owen asked, "what did they do?" Richard came to a stop and stood watching their eyes before he spoke. "They banished them." Astonished whispering broke out among the men. They were stunned to hear the final solution. These people understood banishment. They understood it all too well, and they could sympathize with these banished people of so long ago. "That's terrible," a man in front said, shaking his head. Another frowned and held up a hand. "Weren't these pillars of creation related to some of the other people? Weren't they part of the towns? Didn't the people feel sorrow at banishing these ungifted people?" Richard nodded. Yes, they were friends and family. Those banished people were intimately intertwined in the lives of nearly everyone. The book tells how heavy-hearted the people felt at the decision that had been reached about these pristinely ungifted people. It must have been an awful time, a dreadful choice that no one liked. But those in charge at the time decided that in order for them to preserve their way of life, to preserve magic and all it meant to them, to preserve that attribute of man rather than value the lives of individuals for who they are, they had to banish these pristinely ungifted people. What's more, they also decreed that all future offspring of the Lord Rahl, except his gifted heir, should be put to death to ensure that no pillar of creation ever again came among them. This time there was no whispering. The men looked saddened by the story of these mysterious people and the terrible solution of how to deal with them. Heads hung as the men thought about what it must have been like back in such a grim time. Finally, a man's head came up. His brow twitched. He finally asked the question Richard expected to be asked, the question he had been waiting for. "But where were these pillars of creation banished to? Where were they sent?" Richard watched the men as other eyes turned up, curious about the historic mystery, waiting for him to go on. These people were not affected by magic, Richard reminded them, and the barrier holding back the old world was a barrier created of magic. "They sent them through the barrier?" a man guessed aloud. Richard nodded. Many wizards had died and given their power into that barrier, so that their people would be protected from those in the old world who wanted to rule them and to end magic. That was a large part of what the war had been fought over. Those in the old world had wanted to eradicate magic from mankind. So those people in the new world sent these pristinely ungifted people, these people without any magic, through the barrier to the old world. They never knew what became of them, those friends and family and loved ones they had banished, because they had been sent beyond a barrier that none of them could cross. It was thought that they would establish new lives, would make a new beginning. But because the barrier was there and it was enemy territory beyond, the people of the new world never knew what became of those banished people. Finally, a few years ago, that barrier came down. If these banished people had made a life for themselves in the old world, they would have had children and spread this pristinely ungifted attribute. Richard lifted his arms in a shrug. But there is no trace of them. The people down here are just the same as the people up in the new world. Some born gifted, but all born with at least that tiny spark of the gift that enables them to interact with magic. Those people from ancient times seemed just to have vanished. "So now we know," Owen reasoned as he stared off in thought, "that all those people sent to the old world so long ago tragically died out, or maybe were killed." "I had thought as much myself," Richard said. He turned and faced the men, waiting until all eyes were on him before going on. "But then I found them. I found those long-lost people." Excited whispering broke out again. The men appeared inspired by the prospect of such people surviving against all odds. "Where are they then, Lord Rahl?" a man asked. "These people with whom you share ancestry? These people who had to endure such cruel banishment and hardship?" Richard leveled a cutting gaze at the men. "Come with me, and I will tell you what became of these people." Richard led them around the statue to the front, where for the first time they could see the full view of the sentinel in stone. The men were awestruck at finally seeing the statue from the front. They talked excitedly among themselves about how real it looked, about how they could clearly see the stalwart features of the man's face. By the utter shock in their voices, and by what the men were saying, Richard got the distinct impression that they'd never seen a statue before, at least no statue as monumental as this one. It appeared that for these men the statue must be something akin to a manifestation of magic, rather than, as Richard knew it to be, a manifestation of man's ability. Richard placed a hand on the cold stone of the base. This is an ancient statue of an old world wizard named Kaja Rang. It was carved in part as a tribute to the man because he was a great and powerful wizard. Owen lifted a hand to interrupt. But I thought the people in the old world wanted to be without magic. Why would they have a great wizard? And why especially would they pay a tribute to such a man of magic? Richard smiled at Owen catching the contradiction. People don't always act in a consistent manner. What's more, the more irrational are your beliefs, the more glaring the inconsistencies. You men, for example, try to gloss over incongruities in your behavior by applying your convictions selectively. You claim that nothing is real, or that we cannot know the true nature of reality, and yet you fear what the order does to you. You believe firmly enough in the reality of what they're doing that you want it to stop. If nothing were real, then you would have no reason to want to stop the imperial order. In fact, it's counter to your professed beliefs to try to stop them, or to even feel that their presence is real, much less detrimental, since you assert that man is inadequate at the task of knowing reality. Yet you grasp the reality of what's happening at the hands of the men of the order, and know very well that it's abhorrent. So you selectively suspend the precepts of your beliefs in order to send Owen to poison me in an attempt to get me to rid you of your very real problem. Some of the men looked confused by what Richard said, while others looked to be embarrassed. A few looked astonished. None looked willing to challenge him, so they let him go on without interrupting. The people in the old world were the same way. They still are. They claimed they didn't want magic, and yet when faced with that reality, they didn't want to do without it. The imperial order is like this. They've come to the new world claiming to be a champion of freeing mankind of magic, proclaiming themselves to be noble for holding such a goal, and yet they use magic in the pursuit of this professed goal. They contend that magic is evil, and yet they embrace it. Their leader, Emperor Jagang, uses those with magic to help accomplish his ends, among which he claims is the eradication of magic. Jagang is a dream walker, descended from those dream walkers of so long ago. His ability as a dream walker is magic, yet he does not disqualify himself from leading his empire. Even though he has magic, which he claims makes people unfit to have any say in the future, he calls himself Jagang the Just. Despite what they declare they believe, their goal is to rule people, plain and simple. They seek power, but dress it up in noble-sounding robes. Every tyrant thinks he is different. They are all the same. They all rule by brute force. Owen was frowning, trying to grasp it all. So those in the old world did not live by their word? By what they claimed they believed? They lived in conflict. They preached that man was better without magic, but they continued to want to use magic. That's right. Owen gestured up at the statue. What of this man, then? Why is he here if he is against what they preached? Dark clouds roiled above the towering statue. The still air hung cold, heavy, and damp. It felt as if a storm were holding back its onslaught, waiting to hear the rest. This man is here because he fought to save the people of the old world from something they feared more than magic itself, Richard said. He gazed up at the resolute face with its eyes fixed forever on the place called the Pillars of Creation. This man, Richard said in a quiet voice, this wizard, Kaja Rang, collected all of those pristinely ungifted people, those pillars of creation who had been banished down here from the New World, along with any people who, while they lived here, had joined with them, and he sent them all here. Richard pointed off into the distance behind the statue. He put all those people in that place, protected by the mountains all around, and then he placed a boundary of death before them, across this pass, so that they could never again come out to be among the rest of the people of the world. Kaja Rang gave these people their name, the Bandakar. The name, Bandakar, is from a very old language called Hai Daharan. It means the banished. This man, Kaja Rang, is the one who sealed them in, and saved his people from the pristinely ungifted, from those without magic. You, Richard said to the men before him, are the descendants of those banished people. You are the descendants of Ulrich Rahl, of the people sent into exile in the Old World. You are all descendants of the House of Rahl. Your ancestors and mine are the same men. You are the banished people. The top of the pass before the statue of Khaja Rang was dead silent. The men stared in shock. And then pandemonium broke out. Richard made no effort to stop them, to bring them to be quiet. Rather, he stood close beside Kalin as he let them take it in. He wanted to give them the time they needed to come to grasp the enormity of what he had told them. Arms in the air, some men cried out with the outrage at what they'd heard. Others wailed with the horror of the story. Some wept in sorrow. Many argued. A few protested various points that others answered, while yet others repeated key elements to one another almost as if to hear the words again so they could test them, agreeing finally that it might very well be so. But through it all, they all slowly began to grasp the enormity of what they'd heard. They all began to hear the ring of truth in the story. Chattering like magpies, all talking at once, they expressed disbelief, outrage, wonder, and even fear as they came to the heady comprehension of who they really were. At the whispered urging of some among the group, after having gotten over the initial shock, the men all quieted, and at last turned back to Richard, hungry to know more. You are this gifted man, the favored heir, the Lord Rahl, and we are the ones banished by your kind, one of the men said, expressing what looked to be a common fear, the unspoken question of what this would mean for them. That's right, Richard said. I am the Lord Rahl, the leader of the Daharan Empire, and you are the descendants of the pillars of creation who were banished. I am gifted, as have been my ancestors, every Lord Rahl before me. You are ungifted, as were your ancestors. Standing before the statue of Khaja Rang, the man who had banished them, Richard looked out at all the tense faces. That banishment was a grievous wrong. It was immoral. As Lord Rahl, I denounce the banishment and declare it forever ended. You are no longer the empire of Bandakar, the banished ones. You are now once again, as you once were, Daharans, if you choose to be. Every man seemed to hold his breath, waiting to see if he meant it, or would add more, or if he might even recant it. Richard put his arm around Kalin's waist as he calmly gazed out at all the hopeful expressions. Richard smiled. Welcome home. And then they were all falling at his feet, kissing his boots, his pants, his hands, and for those who couldn't crowd in close enough, the ground before him. In short order, they were kissing the hem of Kalin's dress. They had found a relation, and were in turn welcoming him among them. Chapter 42. As the men crowded around their feet, openly offering their gratitude for ending their sentence of banishment, Richard shared a sidelong glance with Kalin. Kara looked decidedly displeased by the display, but didn't interfere. Trying to bring a halt to the tearful tribute, Richard gestured for the men to get up. There is much more to tell you. Listen to me now. The smiling, tearful men drew back, hands clasped while gazing at him, as if he were a long-lost brother. There were a few older men among the crowd, and some of middle age, but most ranged from young, like Owen, to a little older, like Richard. They were all men who had been through terrible times. The most difficult part still lay ahead. Richard had to make them face up to what was to come. Looking over at Jensen, standing alone off to the side, he gestured for her to come forward. Jensen emerged from the shadows of the statue, catching the attention of all eyes as she made her way toward Richard. The men all watched her coming into the light. She looked so beautiful that Richard couldn't help smiling as she stepped across the rocks. Pulling on a red ringlet, she cast a shy glance at the men. When Richard held an arm out, she sought protection under the shelter of that arm as she gazed nervously out at men who were like her in one important way. "This is my sister, Jensen Rahl," Richard said. "She was born pristinely ungifted, just like all of you. Our father tried to kill her, as had been done for thousands of years with ungifted offspring." "And you?" a man asked, still skeptical. "You will not reject her?" Richard hugged Jensen with the one arm. "For what?" "For what crime should I reject her? Because she was born a woman instead of a man like me? Because she isn't as tall as me? Because she has red hair instead of hair like mine? Because her eyes are blue and not gray? Because she is ungifted?" The men shifted their weight to the other foot or folded their arms. Some, after all he had already said, averted their eyes, looking embarrassed to have even asked the question. "She's beautiful, smart, and uses her head. She, too, fights for her right to live and does so through reasoned means. She is, as you men, pristinely ungifted. Because she shares an understanding of the value of life, I embrace her." Richard heard the bleat and turned. Betty, her rope trailing behind, trotted up the rise. Jensen rolled her eyes as Betty came close, peering up, her tail wagging in a blur. Jensen snatched up the rope, inspecting the end. Richard could see that it had been chewed through. "Betty," she scolded, shaking the end of the rope at the unrepentant goat. "What did you do?" Betty bleated her answer, clearly proud of herself. Jensen heaved a sigh as she shrugged an apology at Richard. The men had all taken several steps back, murmuring their dread to one another. "I'm not a witch," Jensen told them in a heated tone. "Just because I have red hair, that doesn't mean I'm a witch." The men looked thoroughly unconvinced. "I've had dealings with a very real witch woman," Richard told them. "I can assure you red hair is no mark of a witch. It just isn't true." "It is true," one of the men insisted. He pointed at Betty. "There is her attendant spirit." Richard's brow wrinkled. "Attendant spirit?" "That's right," another told him. "A witch always has a familiar with her. She called her attendant spirit, and it came to her." "Called her?" Jensen brandished the frayed end of the rope at the men. "I tied her to a tree, and she chewed through her rope." Another man shook his finger at her. "You called her with magic, and she came." Fists at her sides, Jensen took a step toward the men. They took a collective step back. "You men all had family and friends, a community of people. I had no friends, and could have none because my mother and I had to run from my father my whole life to keep from being caught. He would have tortured and murdered me had he caught me, the same as he would have done with you. I could have no childhood friends, so my mother gave me Betty. Betty was just newborn. We grew up together. Betty chewed through her rope because I'm the only family she's ever known, and she simply wanted to be close to me. I was banished from everyone for my crime of birth, just like your ancestors. You all know the injustice of such banishment, and you know its pain. And now you foolish men would banish me from your acceptance because I have red hair and a goat as a pet? You are spineless cowards and hypocrites. First you poison the only person in the world brave enough to end our banishment from the rest of mankind, and now you fear me and reject me because of silly superstitions. If I did have magic, I'd burn you all to a cinder for your cruel attitudes." Richard put a hand on her shoulder and drew her back. "It will be all right," he whispered to her. "Just let me talk to them." "You tell us that you're a wizard," an older man in the back called out. "And then you expect us to believe it's so, on faith, because you say it is, while you claim that we should not hold to our beliefs, such as our fear that she could be a witch with her familiar, because it's held only on faith." "That's right," another man said. "You claim your belief is in real magic while you dismiss our belief. A lot of what you say makes sense, but I don't agree with all of it." There could be no partial agreement. To reject part of the truth was to reject it all. Richard considered his options, how he could convince people without magic who could not see magic that real magic existed. From their perspective, he seemed guilty of the same error he was telling them they were making. How could he demonstrate a rainbow of color to the blind? "You have a point," Richard said. "Give me a moment, and I will show you the reality of the magic I talk about." He motioned Kara closer. "Get me the warning beacon," he said in a confidential tone. Kara immediately took off down the hill. He saw that Jensen's angry blue eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't cry. Kalen pulled her back farther as Richard addressed the men. "There is more I must tell you, some things you need to understand. I have ended the banishment, but that does not mean that I unconditionally accept you back as one of our people." "But you said that we were welcomed home," Owen said. "I'm stating the obvious, that you have a right to your own life. Out of goodwill, I welcome you all to be part of Dahara if you wish, part of what Dahara now stands for. But by welcoming you back, that does not mean that I welcome people unconditionally. All men should be free to live their own lives, but make no mistake, there is a vast difference between that freedom and anarchy. If we triumph in our struggle, you are welcome to be free people of a Daharan empire which holds a belief in specific values. For example, you can think whatever you wish and try to persuade others of the value of your beliefs, but you cannot act on a view that those who fight to gain that freedom are savages or criminals, even though you expect to enjoy the fruits of their struggle. At minimum, they have earned your respect and gratitude. Their lives are no less than yours and are not expendable for your benefit. That is slavery." "But you have savage ways and engage in violence for a land we have never even seen," one of the younger men said. He pointed an arm back toward Bandakar. "The only land we have ever known is here, and we unconditionally reject your love of violence." "Land?" Richard spread his arms. "We do not fight for land. We are loyal to an ideal of liberty wherever man lives. We do not guard territory, bleed for a piece of dirt. We don't fight because we love violence. We fight for our freedom as individuals to live our own lives, to pursue our own survival, our own happiness. Your unconditional rejection of violence makes you smugly think of yourselves as noble, as enlightened. But in reality, it is nothing less than abject moral capitulation to evil. Unconditional rejection of self-defense because you think it's a supposed surrender to violence leaves you no resort but begging for mercy or offering appeasement. Evil grants no mercy, and to attempt to appease it is nothing more than a piecemeal surrender to it. Surrender to evil is slavery at best, death at worst. Thus, your unconditional rejection of violence is really nothing more than embracing death as preferable to life. You will achieve what you embrace. The right, the absolute necessity of vengeance against anyone who initiates force against you is fundamental to survival. The morality of people's self-defense is in its defense of each individual's right to life. It's an intolerance of violence made real by an unwavering willingness to crush any who would launch violence against you. The unconditional determination to destroy any who would initiate force against you is an exaltation of the value of life. Refusing to surrender your life to any thug or tyrant who lays claim to it is in fact embracing life itself. If you are unwilling to defend your right to your own lives, then you are merely like mice trying to argue with owls. You think their ways are wrong? They think you are dinner. The imperial order preaches that mankind is corrupt and evil, and therefore life is of little value. Their actions certainly bear this out. They moralize that you can only win salvation and happiness in some other world, and then only by sacrificing your life in this one. Generosity is fine, if it's by your free choice, but a belief in the primacy of self-sacrifice as a moral requisite is nothing less than the sanctioning of slavery. Those who tell you that it is your responsibility and duty to sacrifice are trying to blind you to the chains they are slipping around your neck. As Daharans, you will not be required to sacrifice your life to another, and by the same token, you cannot demand that others sacrifice themselves to you. You may believe as you wish. You may even feel that you cannot take up arms and fight directly for our survival, but you must help support our cause, and you may not contribute materially or spiritually to the destruction of our values, and therefore our lives. That is treason, and will be treated as such. The imperial order has violently invaded innocent lands like yours. They have enslaved, tortured, raped, and murdered in order to seize rule. They have done no less in the New World. They have forfeited their right to be heard. There is no moral dilemma involved, no ethical question open to debate. They must be ground into dust. A man stepped forward. But common decency in dealing with our fellow man requires that we must show them mercy for their misguided ways. There is no greater value than life, and that's what you partially recognize by your confused notion of granting mercy. Their conscious, deliberate act of murder takes the irreplaceable value of life from another. A murderer, by his own choice to kill, forfeits the right to his own life. Mercy for such evil is nothing short of excusing it, and thus allowing evil to prevail. It codifies the taking of innocent life by not making the murderer forfeit their own guilty life. Mercy grants value to the life of a killer, while at the same time it strips away the value of the life of the innocent victim. It makes the life of a killer more important than the life of an innocent. It is thus a trade of the good to the evil. It is the victory of death over life. So, Owen wondered aloud, because the Order has attacked your land and murdered its people, you intend to try to kill every living person in the Old World? No. The Order is evil, and from the Old World. That does not mean that the people of the Old World are evil simply because they happen to have been born on a patch of ground ruled by evil men. Some actively support these rulers and therefore embrace evil, but not everyone does. Many of the people in the Old World are also the victims of the rule of the Imperial Order and suffer greatly under its brutality. Many struggle against this evil rule. As we speak, many risk their lives to rid themselves of these evil men. We fight for the same thing, liberty. Where those who seek liberty were born is irrelevant. We believe in the value of the individual's life. That means that where someone lives does not make them evil. It's their beliefs and actions that matter. But make no mistake, many people are an active part of the Imperial Order and its murderous ways. Actions must have consequences. The Order must be eradicated. Surely you would allow some compromise, one of the older men said. If, hoping to appease it, you willingly compromise with unrepentant evil, you only allow such evil to sink its fangs into you. From that day on, its venom will course through your veins until it finally kills you. But that's too harsh a sentiment, the man said. It's just being stubborn and obstructing a constructive path. There is always room for compromise. Richard tapped his thumb against his chest. You men decided to give me poison. That poison will kill me. That makes it evil. How would you suggest I compromise with poison? No one had an answer. In trade between willing parties who share moral values and who deal fairly and honestly with one another, compromise over something like price is legitimate. In matters of morality or truth, there can be no compromise. Compromising with murderers, which is precisely what you are suggesting, grants them moral equivalence where none can rightfully exist. Moral equivalence says that you are no better than they. Therefore, their belief that they should be able to torture, rape, or murder you is just as morally valid as your view, that you have the right to live free of their violence. Moral compromise rejects the concept of right and wrong. It says that everyone is equal, all desires are equally valid, and all action is equally valid, so everyone should compromise to get along. Where could you compromise with those who torture, rape, and murder people? In the number of days a week you will be tortured? In the number of men to be allowed to rape your loved ones? In how many of your family are to be murdered? No moral equivalence exists in that situation, nor can it exist. So there can be no compromise, only suicide. To even suggest compromise can exist with such men is to sanction murder. Most of the men appeared shocked and startled to hear someone speaking to them in such a straightforward manner. They seemed to be losing interest in their supply of empty adages. Some of the men looked to be moved by Richard's words. A few even looked inspired by their clarity. He could see it in their eyes, as if they were seeing things for the first time. Kara came up behind Richard and handed him the warning beacon. Richard wasn't sure, but it seemed as if the inky black had taken over more of the surface of the small figure than the last time he'd seen it. Inside, the sand continued to trickle down onto the accumulated pile in the bottom. Kaja Rang placed the boundary across this pass to seal your people in. He is the one who named you. He knew your people shunned violence, and he feared you might end up being prey to criminals. He is the one who gave you a way to banish them from your land so that you could continue to have the kind of life you wanted. He told your people of the passage through the boundary so that you could rid yourselves of criminals if you rallied the will. Owen looked troubled. If this great wizard Kaja Rang didn't want our people among the population of the old world because we would mix with them and spread our pristinely ungifted trait, as you call it, then what about the criminals we banish? Sending those men out into the world would cause the thing they feared. Making this pass through the boundary and telling our ancestors about it would seem to defeat the whole purpose of the boundary. Richard smiled. Very good, Owen. You are beginning to think for yourself. Owen smiled. Richard gestured up at the statue of Kaja Rang. You see where he's looking? It's a place called the Pillars of Creation. It's a deathly hot place where nothing lives, a land stalked by death. The boundary that Kaja Rang placed had sides to it. When you sent people out of your land through the boundary, the walls of death to the sides prevented those banished people from escaping into the world at large. They had only one way they could go, the Pillars of Creation. Even with water and supplies and knowing where you must go to get past it, trying to go through the valley known as the Pillars of Creation is almost certain death. Without water and supplies, without knowing the land, without knowing how to travel it, and where you must go to escape such a place, those you banished faced certain death. The men stared, wide-eyed. Then when we banished a criminal, we were actually executing them, one of the men said. That's right. This Kaja Rang tricked us then, the man added. Tricked us into what was actually the killing of those men. You think that a terrible trick? Richard asked. You people were deliberately setting known criminals loose on the world to prey on unsuspecting people. You were knowingly setting free violent men and condemning unsuspecting people outside your land to be victims of violence. Rather than put murderers to death, you were, as far as you knew, had you given it any thought, knowingly assisting them in going on to kill others. In the blind attempt to avoid violence at all cost, you actually championed it. You told yourselves that those people didn't matter because they weren't enlightened like you, that you were better than they because you were above violence, that you unconditionally rejected violence. If you even thought about it, you considered these people beyond the boundary to be savages, their lives unimportant. For all intents and purposes, you were sacrificing their innocent lives for all the lives of those men you knew to be evil. What Kaja Rang was doing, besides keeping the pristinely ungifted from being at large in the world, was executing those criminals you banished before they could harm other people. You think yourselves noble in rejecting violence, but your actions would have fostered it. Only Kaja Rang's actions prevented it. Dear Creator, it is far worse than that. Owen sank down, sitting heavily. Far worse than you even realize. Other men, too, looked to be stricken with horror. Some had to lower themselves to the ground as Owen had. Others, their faces in their hands, turned away or walked off a few paces. What do you mean? Richard asked. Owen looked up, his face ashen. The story I told you about our land, about our town and the other great cities. How in my town we all lived together and were happy with our lives? Richard nodded. Not all were. Kaelin crossed her arms and leaned toward Owen. What do you mean, not all were? Owen lifted his hands in a helpless gesture. Some wanted more than our simple, joyful life. Some people, well, they wanted to change things. They said they wanted to make things better. They wanted to improve our life, to build places for themselves, even though this is against our ways. Owen is right, an older man said in a grim tone. In my time, I have seen a great many of these people who were unable to endure what some called the chafing principles of our empire. And what happened when people wanted to make these changes, or could not endure the principles of your empire? Richard asked. Owen looked to each side, to the other dispirited faces. The great speakers renounced their ideas. The wise ones said they would only bring strife among us. Their hopes for new ways were turned aside and they were denounced, Owen swallowed. So these people decided they would leave Bandakar. They went out of our land, taking the path through the opening in the boundary to find a new life for themselves. Not a single one ever returned to us. Richard wiped a hand across his face. Then they died looking for their new life, a better life than what you had to offer. But you don't understand, Owen rose to his feet. We are like those people. He swept his arm back at his men. We have refused to go back and give ourselves over to the men of the Order, even though we know that people are being tortured because we hide. We know it will not stop the Order, so we don't go back. We have gone against the wishes of our great speakers and the wise one to try to save our people. We have been denounced for what we choose to do. We have gone out of the past to seek information, to find a way to rid ourselves of the Imperial Order. Do you see? We are much the same as those others throughout our history. Like those others, we chose to leave and try to change things rather than to endure the way things were. Then perhaps you are beginning to see, Richard said, that everything you were taught showed you only how to embrace death, not life. Perhaps you see that what you called the teaching of enlightenment was no more than blinders pulled over your eyes. Richard put his hand on Owen's shoulder. He gazed down at the statue of himself in his other hand, and then looked around at the tense faces. You men are the ones left after all the rest have failed the tests. You alone got this far. You alone have started to use your minds to try to find a solution for you and your loved ones. You have much more to learn, but you have at least started to make some of the right choices. You must not stop now. You must meet with courage what I will call upon you to do, if you are to truly have a chance to save your loved ones. For the first time, they looked at least a little proud. They had been recognized, not for how well they repeated meaningless sayings, but for the decisions they reached on their own. Jensen was frowning in thought. Richard, why couldn't people get back in through the passage out through the boundary? If they wanted to go off and have a new life, but then discovered that they would have to go through the pillars of creation, why wouldn't they go back? At least to get supplies, to get what they needed, so they could make it through. That's right, Kalen said. George Cypher went through the boundary at Kingsport and then returned. Addie said that the boundary had to have a passage, a vent, like where these people banished criminals. So why couldn't people come back in? There was a pass out. So why did they never return? The men nodded, curious to hear why no one ever came back. From the first, I've wondered the same thing. Richard rubbed a thumb along the glossy black surface of the statue of himself. I think that the boundaries in the Midlands had to have an opening through them because they were so big, so long. This boundary here is nothing compared to those. I doubt that the same kind of vent would be needed. Because it was just one bent section of a boundary and not very long, I suspect that Kaja Rang was able to put in a pass that allowed criminals to be banished through it, but would not allow passage back in. After all, if a criminal was banished and found he couldn't escape, he would return. Kaja Rang wouldn't have wanted that to happen. How could such a thing work? Jensen asked. Richard rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Certain snakes can swallow prey much larger than themselves. Their teeth are angled back so that as the prey is devoured, it's impossible for it to come back out to escape. I suppose that the pass through the boundary could have been somehow like that, only able to be traversed in one direction. Do you think such a thing is possible? Jensen asked. There is precedent for such safeguards, Kalen said. Richard nodded his agreement. The Great Barrier between the New and the Old World had defenses to allow certain people, under specific conditions, one passage through and back, but not two. He pointed the warning beacon up at the statue. A wizard of Kaja Rang's ability would surely have known how to craft a pass through the boundary that did not allow any return. After all, he called it up out of the underworld itself, and it remained viable for nearly 3,000 years. So then anyone who went out of this boundary died, Owen said. Richard nodded. I'm afraid so. Kaja Rong appeared to have made elaborate plans that functioned as he intended for all this time. He even made contingencies, should the boundary fail. That's something I don't understand, a young man said. If this wizard was so great, and his magic was so powerful, that he could make a wall of death to keep us separated from the world for 3,000 years, then how could it possibly fail? In the last 2 years, it simply went away. Why? I believe it was because of me, Kaelin said. She took a step closer to the men. Richard didn't try to stop her. At this point, it wouldn't do to appear as if he were withholding information from them. A couple of years ago, in a desperate act to save Richard's life, I inadvertently called forth underworld power that I believe may be slowly destroying magic in our world. Richard banished this evil magic, but it had been here in the world of life for a time, so the effects may be irreversible. Worried looks passed among the men. This woman before them had just admitted that because of something she'd done, their protection had failed. Because of her, horrifying violence and brutality had befallen them. Because of her, their way of life had ended. Chapter 43. You still have not shown us your magic, one of the men finally said. Richard's hand slipped away from the small of Kaelin's back as he stepped toward the men. Kaja Rong devised a facet to his magic linked to the boundary he placed here to help protect it. Richard held up the small figure of himself for all the men to see. This was sent to warn me that the boundary to your land had failed. Why is the top part of it that strange black? Asked a man standing in the front. I believe that it's an indication of how I'm running out of time, how I may be dying. Worried whispering swept through the group of men. Richard held up a hand, urging them to listen to him as he went on. This sand inside. Can you all see this sand? Stretching their necks, they all tried to get a look, but not all were close enough, so Richard walked among them, holding up the statue so that they could all see that it looked like him and see the sand falling inside. This is not really sand, he told them. It's magic. Owen's face twisted with skepticism. But you said we couldn't see magic. You are all pristinely ungifted and aren't touched by magic, so you can't see regular magic. The boundary, however, still prevented you from going out into the world, didn't it? Why do you suppose that was so? It was a wall of death, an older man spoke up, seeming to think that it was self-evident. But how could it harm people who are not affected by magic? Going into the boundary itself meant death for you the same as anyone else. Why? Because the boundary is a place in this world where the underworld also existed. The underworld is the world of the dead. You may be ungifted, but you are mortal. Since you are linked to life, so too are you linked to death. Richard again held the statue up. This magic as well is tied to the underworld. Since you are all mortal, you have a connection to the underworld, to the Keeper's power, to death. That's why you can see the sand that shows how my time trickles away. I don't see anything magical about sand trickling down, a man grumbled. Just because you say it's magic or that it's your life trickling away, that doesn't seem to prove anything. Richard turned the statue sideways. The sand continued to flow, but sideways. Gasps and astonished whispering broke out among the men as they watched the sand flowing laterally. They crowded in close like curious children to see the statue as Richard held it up on its side so they could see magic. Some reached out and tentatively touched the inky black surface as Richard held the figure of himself out for them to inspect. Others leaned close, peering in to see the sand flowing askew in the lower part where the figure was still transparent. The men spoke of what a wonder it was, but they weren't sure about his explanation of underworld magic. But we all see this, one of the men said. This doesn't show us that we're really different from you or anyone else, as you say we are. This shows us only that we are all able to see this magic the same as you. Maybe we aren't this pristinely ungifted people you seem to think we are. Richard thought about it a moment, thought about what he could do to show them the true aspects of magic. Even though he was gifted, he didn't know a great deal about controlling his own gift, except that it was in part powered by anger linked to need. He couldn't simply demonstrate some bit of magic the way Zed could, and besides, even if he could do something magical, they wouldn't be able to see it. Out of the corner of his eye, Richard saw Kara standing with her arms folded. An idea came to him. The bond between the Lord Rahl and his people is a bond of magic, Richard said. That same magic powers other things besides the protection that the bond affords against the Dreamwalker. Richard gestured for Kara to come forward. In addition to being my friend, Kara is also a Mord Sith. For thousands of years, Mord Sith have been fierce protectors of the Lord Rahl. Richard lifted Kara's arm for the men to see the red rod hanging from the fine gold chain at her wrist. This is an Aegil, the weapon of a Mord Sith. The Aegil is powered by a Mord Sith's connection to the Lord Rahl, to me. But it has no blade on it, a man said as he looked closely at the Aegil swinging on the end of the gold chain. It has nothing of any use as a weapon. Page 436. Take a closer look at it, Richard suggested, as he held Kara's elbow and guided her forward among the men. Look at it closely to satisfy yourself that what this man has observed, that it has no blade, that it is nothing more than this slender rod, is true. The men leaned in close as Kara walked among them, holding her arm up, letting the men touch and inspect her Aegil as it dangled from its chain. When they had all had a look, inspecting the length of it, looking at the end, hefting it to see that it wasn't heavy and couldn't really be used as a club, Richard told Kara to touch it to the men. The Aegil spun up into her fist. Men flinched back at the grim look on her face as she came at them with the thing that Richard had told them was a weapon. Kara touched her Aegil to Owen's shoulder. "She touched me with this red rod before," he assured his men. "It does nothing." Kara pressed the Aegil to every man close enough for her to reach. A few cringed back, fearful of being harmed, even though it had harmed none of their fellows. Many of the men, though, felt the touch of her Aegil and were satisfied that there was no ill effect. Richard rolled up his sleeve. "Now I will show you that this really is a powerful weapon of magic." He held his arm out to Kara. "Draw blood," he said in a calm voice that did not betray what he really thought of being touched by an Aegil. Kara stared at him. "Lord Rahl, I don't—" "Do it," Richard commanded as he held his arm out. "Here," Tom said, thrusting his bared arm in front of her. "Do it to me instead." Kara immediately saw this as a preferable test. "No," Jensen objected, but too late. Tom cried out as Kara touched the end of her Aegil to his arm. He staggered back a step, a trickle of blood running down his arm. The men stared, unsure what they were seeing. "It must be a trick of some kind," one suggested. As Jensen comforted Tom, Richard held his arm out again. "Show them," he told Kara. "Show them what a Mord Sith's Aegil can do with magic alone." Kara looked into his eyes. "Lord Rahl—" "Do it. Show them so they understand." He turned to the men. "Gather around closer so you can see that it does its terrible task with no visible means. Watch closely so that you can all see that it's magic alone doing its grisly work." Richard clenched his fist as he held the inside of his arm up for her to touch. "Do it so that they can clearly see what it will do. Otherwise it will be for nothing. Don't make me do this for nothing." Kara pressed her lips tight with the displeasure of his command. She looked once more at the resolve in his eyes. When she did, he could see in her blue eyes the pain it gave her to hold the Aegil. He clenched his teeth and nodded that he was ready. With an iron visage, she laid the Aegil against the inside of his forearm. It felt like lightning hit him. The touch of the Aegil was out of all proportion to what it would appear it should feel like. The thunderous jolt of pain shot up his arm. The shock of it slammed into his shoulder. It felt like the bones in his entire arm shattered. Teeth gritted, he held his trembling arm out as Kara slowly dragged the Aegeal down toward his wrist. Blood-filled blisters rose in its wake. Blood gushed down his arm. Richard held his breath, kept his abdominal muscles tight as he went to one knee, not because he intended to, but because he couldn't remain standing under the weight of pain as he held his arm up for Kara as she pressed the Aegeal to it. The men gasped as they watched, shocked at the blood, the obvious pain. They whispered their astonishment. Kara withdrew the weapon. Richard released the rigid tension in his muscles, bending forward as he panted, trying to catch his breath, trying to remain upright. Blood dripped off his fingers. Kaelin was there beside him with a small scarf Jensen pulled from a pocket. "Are you out of your mind?" she hissed heatedly as she wrapped his bleeding arm. "Thanks," he said in response to her care, not wanting to address her question. He couldn't make his fingers stop trembling. Kara had held little back. He was sure that she hadn't broken any bones, but it felt as if she had. He could feel tears of pain running down his face. When Kaelin finished, Kara put a hand under his arm and helped him to his feet. "The Mother Confessor is right," she growled under her breath. "You are out of your mind." Richard didn't argue the need of what he'd had her do, but instead turned to the men. He held his arm out. A wet crimson stain slowly grew along the length of the scarf bandage. "There is powerful magic for you. You can't see the magic, but you can see the results. That magic can kill, should Kara wish it." The men cast worried glances her way, viewing her with newfound respect. "But it could not harm you men, because you have no inability to interact with such magic. Only those born with the spark of the gift can feel the touch of an Aegeal." The mood had changed. The sight of blood had sobered everyone. Richard paced slowly before the men. "I've given you the truth in all that I've told you. I've kept nothing important or relevant from you, nor will I. I've told you who I am, who you are, and how we've come to this point. If there is anything you wish to know, I'll give you my truthful answer." When Richard paused, the men looked around at one another, seeing if anyone would ask a question. No one did. "The time has come," Richard said, "for you men to decide your future and the future of your loved ones. Today is the day upon which that future hinges." Richard gestured toward Owen. "I know that Owen had a woman he loved, Marilee, who was taken away by the Order. I know that each of you has suffered great loss at the hands of the men of the Imperial Order. I don't know all your names yet, or the names of the loved ones taken from you, but please believe me when I tell you that I know such pain. While I understand how you came to the point where you thought you had no options but to poison me, it wasn't right for you to have done so." Many men looked away from Richard's gaze, casting their own downward. "I'm going to give you a chance to set the proper course for yourselves and your loved ones." He let them consider this a moment before going on. "You men have passed many tests to make it this far, to have survived this long in such a brutal situation as you have all faced, but now you must make a choice." Richard rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. "I want to know where you've hidden the antidote to the poison you've given me." Worried looks spread through the crowd. Men glanced to the side, trying to judge the feelings of their fellows, trying to see what they would do. Owen, too, tried to gauge the reaction of his friends, but being just as uncertain as he, they offered no firm indication of what they wanted to do. Finally, he licked his lips and timidly asked a question. "If we say that we will tell you where the antidote is, will you agree to first give us your word that you will help us?" Richard resumed his measured pacing. The men nervously waited for his answer as they watched blood drip off his fingers, leaving a trail of crimson drops on the stone. "No," Richard said. "I will not allow you to link two separate issues. It was wrong to poison me. This is your chance to reverse that wrong. Linking it to any concession perpetuates the fallacy that it can somehow be justified. Telling me where you hidden the antidote is the only proper thing for you to do now, and must be without condition. This is the day you must decide how you will live your future. Until you give me your decision, I will tell you nothing more. Some of the men looked on the verge of panic, some on the verge of tears. Owen prodded them all back away from Richard so that they could discuss it among themselves. No, Richard said, his pacing coming to a halt. The men all fell silent and turned back toward him. I don't want any of you coming to a decision because of what another says. I want each of you to give me your own personal decision. The men stared. A number spoke up all at once, wanting to know what he meant. I want to know, without any preconditions, what each individual chooses to do. To free me of the poison, or to use it as a threat on my life to gain my cooperation. I want to know each man's choice. But we must reach a consensus, one man said. For what purpose? Richard asked. In order for our decision to be correct, he explained. No proper decision about the right course of action in any important situation can be made without a consensus. You are attempting to give moral authority to mob rule, Richard said. But a consensus points to the proper moral judgment, another man insisted, because it is the will of the people. I see, Richard said. So what you're saying is that if all of you men decide to rape my sister here, then it's a moral act because you have a consensus to rape her, and if I oppose you, I'm immoral for standing alone and failing to have a consensus behind me. That about the way you men see it? The men shrank back in confused revulsion. One spoke up. Well, no, not exactly. Right and wrong are not the product of consensus, Richard said, cutting him off. You are trying to make a virtue of mob rule. Rational moral choices are based on the value of life, not a consensus. A consensus can't make the sun rise at midnight, nor can it change a wrong into a right or the other way around. If something is wrong, it matters not if 1,000 other men are for it, you must still oppose it. If something is just, no amount of popular outcry should stay you from your course. I'll not hear any more of this empty gibberish about a consensus. You are not a flock of geese, you are men. I will know the mind of each of you. He gestured to the ground at their feet. Everyone, pick up 2 pebbles. Richard watched as the bewildered men hesitantly bent and did his bidding. Now, Richard said, you will put either one or both pebbles in a closed fist. Each of you will come up to me, to the man you poisoned, and you will open your fist so that I can see your decision, but the others can't. 1 pebble will mean no. You will not tell me where the antidote is located unless I first pledge to try to free your people. 2 pebbles in your 1 fist will mean yes. You agree to tell me, without any precondition, where to find the antidote to the poison you've given me. But what will happen if we agree to tell you? One of the men asked. Will you still give us our freedom? Richard shrugged. After each of you has given me your answer, you will all find out mine. If you tell me the location of the antidote, I may help you. Or, once I'm free of your poison, I may leave you and return to taking care of my own urgent problems. You will only find out after you've given me your answer. Now, turn away from your friends and put either 1 pebble in your fist for no or 2 pebbles to agree to reveal the location of the poison. When you've finished, come forward one at a time and open your hand to show me your own individual decision. The men milled around, casting sidelong glances at one another, but as he'd instructed, they refrained from discussing the matter. Each man finally set about privately slipping pebbles into his fist. As the men were occupied, Kara and Kalin moved in close around Richard. It looked like the 2 of them had been reaching conclusions of their own. Kara seized his arm. Are you crazy? She whispered in an angry tone. You've both already asked me that today. Lord Rahl, need I remind you that you once before called for a vote and it only got you into trouble? You said you would not do such a foolish thing again. Kara is right, Kalin argued in a low voice so the men couldn't hear. This time is different. It's not different, Kara snapped. It's trouble. It's different, he insisted. I've told them what's right and why. Now they must decide if they will choose to do the right thing or not. You're allowing others to decide your future, Kaelin said. You're placing your fate in their hands. Richard let out a deep breath as he gazed into Kaelin's green eyes, and then the icy blue eyes of the Mord Sith. I have to do this. Now let them come up and show me their decision. Kara stormed off to stand back by the statue of Kaja Rang. Kaelin gave his arm a squeeze, offering her silent support, accepting his decision even if she didn't understand his reasons. A brief smile of appreciation was all he could manage before she turned and walked back to stand by Kara, Jensen, and Tom. Richard turned away, not wanting to let Kaelin see how much pain he was in. The ache from the poison was slowly creeping back up his chest. Every breath hurt. His arm still trembled with the lingering ache of being touched by an Aegil. The worst, though, was the headache. He wondered if Kara could see it in his eyes. After all, the business of Mord Sith was pain. He knew he couldn't wait until after helping these men fight off the Order before getting the antidote to the poison. He had no idea how to rid their empire of the Imperial Order. He couldn't even rid his own empire of the invaders. Worse, though, he could feel that he was running out of time. His gift was giving him the headaches and, if not attended to, would eventually kill him. But worse, it was weakening him, allowing the poison to work faster. With each passing day, he was having more and more difficulty working past the poison. If he could get these men to agree to do this, to tell him where they'd hidden the antidote, then he might be able to recover it in time. If not, then his chance to live was as good as over. Chapter 44. The men milled around the top of the pass, some staring off into their own thoughts, some gazing up at the statue of Kaja Rang, the man who had banished their people. Some of the men snatched glimpses at their companions. Richard could see that they were aching to ask friends what they would do, but they kept to Richard's orders and didn't speak. Finally, when Richard stepped up before them, one of the younger men came forward. He had been one of the men eager to hear Richard's words. He'd looked as if he had listened carefully and considered the things Richard had told them. Richard knew that if this man said no, then there was no chance that any of the others would agree. When the young blonde-headed man opened his fist, 2 pebbles lay in his palm. Richard let out an inner sigh that at least one of the men had actually chosen to do the right thing. Another man came forward and opened his fist, showing 2 pebbles sitting in his palm. Richard nodded in acknowledgement without showing any reaction and let him move aside. The rest of the men had lined up. Each stepped forward in turn and silently opened his hand. Each showed him 2 pebbles, showing that he would recant their death threat, and then moved off so that the next man could show his choice. Owen was the last in line. He looked up at Richard, pressed his lips tight, and then thrust out his hand. "You have done us no harm," he said, as he opened his fist. There in his palm lay 2 pebbles. "I don't know what will happen to us now," Owen said, "but I can see that we must not cause you harm because we are desperate for your help." Richard nodded. "Thank you." The sincerity in his voice brought smiles to many of the faces watching. "You have all showed 2 pebbles. I'm encouraged that you've all chosen to do the right thing. We now have common ground upon which to find a future course." The men looked around one another in surprise. They each cheerfully gathered in close to their friends, talking excitedly to one another about how they had all made the same decision. They looked gleeful that they were united in their decision. Richard moved back to where Kaelin, Kara, Jensen, and Tom stood. "Satisfied?" he asked Kaelin and Kara. Kara folded her arms. "What would you have done had they all chosen to keep the antidote's location a secret until after you helped them?" Richard shrugged. "I'd be no better off than I was, but no worse off either. I'd have to help them, but at least I would know that I dare not trust any of them." Kaelin still didn't look pleased. And what if most of them would have said yes, but some stuck to their ways and said no? Richard looked into her resolute green eyes. Then, after the ones who agreed had told me where to find the antidote, I would have had to kill those who said no. Understanding the seriousness of his explanation, Kalen nodded. Kara smiled her satisfaction. Jensen looked shocked. If any would have said no, he explained to Jensen, then they would have been choosing to continue to enslave me, to hold a sentence of death over my head in order to manipulate my life to get what they wanted from me. I would never be able to trust them in what I must ask the rest of them to do. I couldn't trust our lives to such treachery, but now that's one less problem we have to worry about. Richard turned to the waiting men. Each of you has decided to return my life to me. The faces watching him turned serious as they waited to hear what he would do now. Richard gazed down at the small figure of himself, at the sand trickling down, at the eerie black surface that had already descended over the top of the statue, like the underworld itself slowly claiming his life. His fingers left smears of blood across the surface of the figure. The clouds had lowered in around them, thickening so that the afternoon light seemed more like the gloom of dusk. Richard lowered the statue and looked back up at the men. We will do our best to see if we can help you get rid of the Order. A cheer rose into the thin, cold air. The men hooted their excitement as well as their relief. He hadn't yet seen any of them smile quite this broadly before. Those smiles, more than anything, revealed the depth of their wish to be free of the men of the Order. Richard wondered how they would feel about it when he finally told them their part. He knew that as long as Nicholas the Slide was able to seek them out through the eyes of the races, he would remain a threat that would haunt them wherever they went and endanger all of their work to get the old world to rise up and overthrow the Imperial Order. More than that, though, Nicholas would be able to direct killers to find them. The thought of Nicholas seeing Kalen and knowing where to find her gave Richard chills. He had to eliminate Nicholas. It was possible that in doing so, in eliminating their leader, he would also help these people drive the Order from their homes. Richard gestured for the men to gather in closer. First, before we get to the matter of freeing your people, you need to show me where you've hidden the poison. Owen squatted down and selected a stone from nearby. With it, he scratched a chalky oval on the face of a flat spot in the rock. Say that this line is the mountain surrounding Bandakar. He set the stone at the end of the oval closest to Richard. Then this is the pass into our land, where we are now. He plucked 3 pebbles from the ground. This is our town, Witherton, where we lived, he said, as he set the first pebble down not far from the rock that represented the pass. There is antidote there. And this is where all of you men were hiding? Richard asked as he circled a finger over the first pebble. In the hills surrounding Witherton? Mostly to the south, Owen said, pointing to the area. He placed the second pebble near the middle of the oval. Here there is another vial of antidote in this city here, called Houghton. He placed the third pebble near the edge of the oval. Here is the third vial, in this city, Northwick. So then, Richard summed up, I just need to go to one of those 3 places and recover the antidote. Since your town is the smallest, that would probably be our best chance. Some of the men shook their heads, others looked away. Owen, looking troubled, touched each of the 3 pebbles. I'm sorry, Lord Rahl, but one of these is not enough. Too much time has passed. Even 2 will be insufficient by now. The man who made the poison said that if too much time had passed, all 4 would be necessary to ensure a remedy. He said that if you did not immediately take the first antidote I brought, then it would only halt the poison for a while. He said that then the other 3 vials would all be needed. He said that in this case the poison would possibly go through 3 states. If you are to be free of the poison, you must drink all of the 3 remaining antidotes. If you don't, you will die. 3 states? What does that mean? The first state will be pain in your chest. The second state will be dizziness that makes standing difficult. Owen looked away from Richard's gaze. In the third state, the poison makes you blind. He looked up and touched a hand to Richard's arm as if to dispel his worry. But taking 3 vials of the antidote will cure you, make you well. Richard wiped a weary hand across his brow. The pain in his chest told him that he was in the poison's first state. "How much time do I have?" Owen looked down as he straightened his sleeve. "I'm not sure, Lord Ral. We have already taken a lot of time traveling this far since you had that first vial. I think we have no time to lose." "How much time?" Richard asked, in as calm a voice as he could manage. Owen swallowed. "To be truthful, Lord Ral, I'm surprised that you are able to stand the pain from the first state of the poison. From what I was told, the pain would grow as time passed." Richard simply nodded. He didn't look up at Kalin. With soldiers of the Imperial Order occupying Bondakar, getting in to recover the antidote from one place sounded difficult enough, but retrieving it from all three places sounded beyond difficult. "Well, since time is short, I have a better idea," Richard said. "Make me more of the antidote. Then we won't have to worry about getting what you've hidden, and we can simply worry about how to best take on the men of the Order." Owen shrugged one shoulder. "We can't." "Why not?" Richard leaned in. "You made it before. You made the antidote that you hid. Make it again." Owen shrank back. "We can't." Richard took a patient breath. "Why not?" Owen pointed off at the small bag he'd brought, now lying to the side, the bag containing the fingers of 3 girls. "The father of those girls was the man who made the poison and made the antidote. He is the only one among us who knew how to make such complex things with herbs. We don't know how. We don't even know many of the ingredients he used. There may be others in the city who could make an antidote, but we don't know who they are, or if they are still alive. With men of the Order in those places, we wouldn't even be able to find these people. Even if we could, we don't know what was used to make up the poison, so they would not know how to make an antidote. The only chance you have to live is to recover the 3 vials of antidote." Richard's head was hurting so much that he didn't know if he could stand much longer. With only 3 vials in existence, and all 3 needed if he was to live, he had to get to them before anything happened to any one of them. Someone could find one and throw it out. They could be moved. They could be broken, the antidote draining away into the ground. With every breath, he felt stitches of pain pull inside his chest. Panic gnawed at the edges of his thoughts. When Kalin rested her hand on his shoulder, Richard laid a grateful hand over hers. "We will help you get the antidote, Lord Ral," one of the men said. Another nodded. "That's right. We will help you get it." The men all spoke up then, saying that they would all help to get the antidote so that Richard could rid himself of the poison. "Most of us have been to at least 2 of these places," Owen said. "Some of us have been to all 3. I hid the antidote, but I told the others the places, so we all know where it is. We know where we have to get in to recover it. We will tell you, too." "Then that's what we'll do." Richard squatted down as he studied the stone map. "Where is Nicholas?" Owen leaned in and tapped the pebble in the center. "Here in Houghton is this man Nicholas." Richard looked up at Owen. "Don't tell me. You hid the antidote in the building where you saw Nicholas." Owen shrugged self-consciously. "At the time it seemed like a good idea. Now I wish I had thought better of it." Standing behind Richard, Kara rolled her eyes in disgust. "I'm surprised you didn't hand it to Nicholas and ask him to hold on to it for you." Appearing eager to change the subject, Owen pointed at the pebble representing Northwick. "In this city is where the Wise One is hiding. Maybe we can get help from the great speakers. Maybe the Wise One will give us his blessing, and then people will help us in our effort to rid our land of the Imperial Order." After all he'd learned about the people who lived beyond the boundary in Bondakar, Richard didn't think he could count on any meaningful help from them. They wanted to be free of marauding brutes, but condemned their only real means to be free. These men had at least proven a degree of resolve. These men would have to work to change other people's attitudes, but Richard had his doubts that they would garner much immediate help. "In order to accomplish what you men rightfully want, to eradicate the Order, or at least make them leave your homes, you are going to have to help. Kalin, Kara, Jensen, Tom, and I aren't going to be able to do it alone. If it's to work, you men must help us." "What is it you wish us to do?" Owen asked. "We already said we will take you to these places where the antidote is hidden. What more can we do?" "You are going to have to help us kill the men of the Order." Instantly, heated protests erupted. All of the men talked at once, shaking his head, warding the notion with his hands. Although Richard couldn't make out all their words, their feelings about what he said were obvious enough. What words he did hear were all objections that they couldn't kill. Richard rose up. "You know what these men have done," he said in a powerful voice that brought them to silence. "You ran away so you wouldn't also be killed. You know how your people are being treated. You know what's being done to your loved ones in captivity." "But we can't harm another," Owen whined. "We can't." "It's not our way," another man added. "You banished criminals through the boundary," Richard said. "How did you make them go through if they refused?" "If we had to," one of the older men said, "a number of us would hold him so that he could harm no one. We would tie his hands and bear him to the boundary. We would tell such a banished man that he must go out of our land. If he still refused, we would carry him to a long, steep place in the rock where we would lay him down and push him feet first so that he would slide down the rock and go beyond. Once we did this, they weren't able to return." Richard wondered at the lengths these people went to not to harm the worst animals among them. He wondered how many had to suffer or die at the hands of such criminals before the people of Bandakar were sufficiently motivated to take what were to them extreme measures. "We understand much of what you have told us," Owen said, "but we cannot do what you ask. We would be doing wrong. We have been raised not to harm another." Richard snatched up the bag with the girl's fingers and shook it at the men. "Every one of your loved ones back there is thinking of nothing but being saved. Can any of you even imagine their terror? I know what it's like to be tortured, to feel helpless and alone, to feel like you will never escape. In such a situation, you want nothing more than for it to stop. You would do anything for it to stop." "That's why we needed you," an older man said. "You must do this. You must rid us of the Order." "I told you I can't do it alone." With an arm wrapped in a bloody bandage, Richard gestured emphatically. "Surrendering your will to the men of the Order who would do such things as this solves nothing. It simply adds more victims. The men of the Order are evil. You must fight back." "But if only you would talk to those men like you talk to us, they would see their misguided ways. They would change then." "No, they won't. Life doesn't matter to them. They've made their choice to torture, rape, and kill. Our only chance to survive, our only chance to have a future, is to destroy them." "We can't harm another person," one of the men said. "It's wrong to harm another," Owen agreed. "It's always immoral to hurt, much less kill another person," a middle-aged man said to the mumbled agreement of his fellows. "Those who do wrong are obviously in pain and need our understanding, not our hate. Hate will only invite hate. Violence will only begin a cycle of violence that never solves anything." Richard felt as if the ground he had gained with these men was slipping away from him. He was about to run his fingers back through his hair when he saw that they were covered in blood. He dropped his arm and shifted his approach. "You poisoned me to get me to kill these men. By that act, you've already proven that you accept the reality that it's sometimes necessary to kill in order to save innocent lives. That's why you wanted me. You can't hold a belief that it's wrong to harm another and at the same time coerce me to do it for you. That's simply killing by proxy." "We need our freedom," one of them said. "We thought that maybe because of your command as a ruler you could convince these men, for fear of you, to leave us be." "That's why you have to help me. You just said it. For fear of me. You must help me in this so that the threat, the fear, is credible. If they don't believe the threat is real, then why would they leave your land?" One of the others folded his arms. "We thought you might rid us of the Order without violence, without killing. But it is up to you to do such killing if that is your way. We cannot kill. From our very beginning, our ancestors have taught us that killing is wrong. You must do this." Another, nodding his agreement, said, "It's your duty to help those who cannot bring themselves to do what you can do." Duty. The polite name put to the chains of servitude. Richard turned away, closing his eyes as he squeezed his temples between fingers and thumb. He'd thought that he was beginning to get through to these men. He'd thought he would be able to get them to think for themselves, in their own best interest, rather than to function spontaneously according to the rote dictates of their indoctrination. He could hardly believe that after all he'd told them, these men would still rather have their loved ones endure torture and brutal murder than harm the men committing the crimes. By refusing to face the nature of reality, these men were willingly giving the good over to evil, life over to death. He realized then that it was even more basic than that. In the most fundamental sense, they were willingly choosing to reject the reality of evil. Deep inside him, every breath pulled a stitch of pain. He had to get the antidote. He was running out of time. But that alone would not solve his problems. His gift was killing him just as surely as the poison. He felt so sick from the pounding pain of his headache that he thought he might throw up. Even the magic of his sword was failing him. Richard feared the poison, but in a more central way, he feared the encroaching death from within, from his gift. The poison, as dangerous as it was, had a clearly defined cause and cure. With his gift, he felt lost. Richard looked back into Kalen's troubled eyes. He could see that she had no solution to offer. She stood in a weary pose, her arm hanging straight with the weight of the warning beacon that seemed to tell him only that he was dying but offered no answers. Its whole reason for being was to call him to a proclaimed duty to help replace the boundary, as if his life was not his own, but belonged to anyone who laid claim to it by shackling him with a declaration of duty. That concept, duty, was no less a poison than that which these men had given him, a call to sacrifice himself. Richard took the small statue from Kalen's hand and stared down at it. The inky black had already enveloped half the length of the figure. His life was being consumed. The sand continued to trickle away. His time was running out. The stone figure of Khaja Rang, the long-dead wizard who had summoned him with the warning beacon and charged him with an impossible task, loomed over him as if in silent rebuke. Behind him, the men huddled close, affirming to one another their beliefs, their ways, their responsibility to their ancient ideals, that the men of the order were acting as they were because they were misguided and could still be reformed. They spoke of the Wise One and all the great speakers who had committed them to the path of peace and nonviolence. They all reaffirmed the belief that they must follow the path that had been laid down for them from the very beginning by their land's founders, their ancestors, who had given them their customs, their beliefs, their values, their way of living. Trying to elevate these men to understand what was right and necessary seemed as difficult as trying to lift them by a slender thread. That thread had broken. Richard felt trapped by the deluded convictions of these people, by their poison, by the headaches, by Nicholas hunting them, and by a long-dead wizard who had reached out from the underworld to try to enslave him to a long-dead duty. Anger welling up inside him, Richard cocked his arm and heaved the warning beacon at the statue of Khaja Rang. The men ducked as the small figure shot by just above their heads to shatter against the stone base of the statue. Amber fragments and inky black shards flew in every direction. The sand from inside splattered in a stain across the front of the granite pedestal. The cowering men fell silent. Overhead, wisps trailing from the sullen clouds drifted by, almost close enough to reach up and touch. A few icy flakes of snow floated along in the still air. All around, a frigid fog had moved in to envelop the surrounding mountains, leaving the top of the pass with the stone sentinels seeming isolated and otherworldly, as if this were all there was to existence. Richard stood in the dead quiet at the center of everyone's attention. The words written in Hydaharan on the statue's base echoed through Richard's mind. Fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see. The Hydaharan words streamed again and again through his mind. The translation of those words just didn't feel right. Dear spirits, Richard whispered in sudden realization, I had it wrong. That's not what it says. Chapter 45. Kaelin felt as if her heart were being crushed by the ordeal these men were putting Richard through. Just when she'd thought he had gotten them to understand the truth of what was needed, it seemed to have slipped away as the men reverted to their willful blindness. Richard, though, seemed almost to have forgotten the men. He stood staring at where the warning beacon had shattered against the statue. Kaelin stepped closer to him and whispered, What do you mean you had it wrong and that's not what it says? What are you talking about? The translation, he said, in what sounded like startled comprehension. He stood motionless, facing the towering statue of Kaja Rang. Remember how I told you that it was an odd way to phrase what it said? Kaelin glanced to the statue and then back to Richard. Yes. It wasn't odd at all. I just had it wrong. I was trying to make it say what I thought it would say, that those beyond couldn't see magic instead of just seeing what was before me. What I told you before isn't what it says. When his voice trailed off, Kaelin reached up and gripped his arm to draw his attention. What do you mean that's not what it says? Richard gestured toward the statue. I see what I did wrong with the phrasal sequence, why I was having trouble with it. I told you I wasn't sure of the translation. I was right to have doubts. It doesn't say, fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see. Jensen leaned in close beside Kaelin. Are you sure? Richard looked back at the statue, his voice distant. I am now. Kaelin pulled on his arm, making him look at her. So what does it say? His gray eyes met her gaze briefly before turning to the eyes of the statue of Kaja Rang staring off at the pillars of creation, at his final safeguard protecting the world from these people. Instead of answering her, he started away. The men parted as Richard strode toward the statue. Kaelin stayed close on his heels, Kara following in her wake. Jensen gathered up Betty's rope and pulled her along. The men, already backing out of the way for Richard, kept a wary eye on the goat and her mistress as they passed. Tom stayed where he was, keeping a careful but unobtrusive watch over all the men. At the statue, Richard swiped the dusting of snow off the ledge, revealing again the words carved in Hydaharan. Kaelin watched his eyes moving along the line of words, reading them to himself. He had a kind of excitement in his movements that told her he was racing after an important quarry. For the moment, she could also see that his headache was gone. She couldn't understand the way it ebbed from time to time, but she was relieved to see strength in the way he moved. Hands spread on the stone, leaning on his arms, he looked up from the words. Without the headache, there was a vibrant clarity in his gray eyes. Part of this story has been puzzling, he said. I understand now. It doesn't say, fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see. Jensen's nose wrinkled. It doesn't? You mean it wasn't meant to be about these pristinely ungifted people? Oh, it was about them, all right, but not in that respect. Richard tapped a finger to the carved words. It doesn't say, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see, but something profoundly different. It says, fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond are those who cannot see evil. Kaelin's brow drew down. Those who cannot see evil. Richard lifted his bandaged arm up toward the figure towering over them. That's what Kaja Rang feared most. Not those who couldn't see magic, but those who could not see evil. That's his warning to the world. He aimed a thumb back over his shoulder, indicating the men behind him. That's what this is all about. Kaelin was taken aback and a little perplexed. Do you think it might be that because these people can't see magic, they also can't recognize evil? She asked. Or that because of the way they're different, they simply don't have the ability to conceive of evil? In much the same way they can't conceive of objective magic as having nothing to do with mysticism? That might in part be what Kajarang thought, Richard said, but I don't. Are you so sure? Jensen asked. Yes. Before Kalen could make him explain, Richard turned to the men. Here in stone, Kajarang left a warning for the world. Kajarang's warning is about those who cannot see evil. Your ancestors were banished from the New World because they were pristinely ungifted. But this man, this powerful wizard, Kajarang, feared them for something else, their ideas. He feared them because they refused to see evil. That's what made your ancestors so dangerous to the people of the Old World. How could that be? A man asked. Thrown together and banished to a strange place, the Old World, your ancestors must have clung desperately to one another. They were so afraid of rejection, of banishment, that they avoided rejecting one of their own. It developed into a strong belief that no matter what, they should not try to condemn anyone. For this reason, they rejected the concept of evil for fear they would have to judge someone. Judging someone as evil meant they would have to face the problem of removing them from their midst. In their flight from reality, they justified their practices by settling on the fanciful notion that nothing is real, and so no one can know the nature of reality. That way, they wouldn't have to admit that someone was evil. Better to deny the existence of evil than have to eliminate the evildoer in their midst. Better to turn a blind eye to the problem, ignore it, and hope it went away. If they admitted the reality of evil, then eliminating the evildoer was the only proper action. So, by extension, since they had been banished, they thought that they must have been banished because they were evil. Their solution was to simply discard the entire concept of evil. An entire belief structure developed around this core. Kajarang may have thought that because they were pristinely ungifted and couldn't see magic, they also couldn't see evil. But what he feared was the infection of their beliefs spreading to others. Thinking requires effort. These people offered beliefs that needed no thought, but merely adopting some noble-sounding phrases. It was, in fact, an arrogant dismissal of the power of man's mind, an illusion of wisdom that spurned the requirement of any authentic effort to understand the world around them or the nuisance of validation. Such simplistic solutions, such as unconditionally rejecting all violence, are especially seductive to the undeveloped minds of the young, many of whom would have eagerly adopted such disordered reasoning as a talisman of enlightenment. When they began fanatically espousing these empty tenets to others, it probably set off the alarm for Kajarang. With the spread of such ideas, with the kind of rabid hold it has over some people, such as it has over humans, Kajarang and his people saw how, if such beliefs ran free, it would eventually bring anarchy and ruin by sanctioning evil to stalk among their people, just as it leaves you men defenseless against the evil of the imperial order now come among you. Kajarang saw such beliefs for what they were, embracing death rather than life. The regression from true enlightenment into the illusion of insight spawned disorder, becoming a threat to all of the old world, raising the specter of a descent into darkness. Richard tapped his finger on the top of the ledge. There is other writing up here around the base that suggests as much, and what became the eventual solution. Kajarang had those who believed these teachings collected, not only all the pristinely ungifted banished from the New World, but also the rabid believers who had fallen under their delusional philosophy and banished the whole lot of them. The first banishment from the New World down to the Old was unjust. The second banishment from the Old World to the land beyond here had been earned. Jensen, twiddling the frayed end of Betty's rope, looked dubious. Do you really think there were others banished along with those who were pristinely ungifted? That would mean there were a great many people. How could Kajarang have made all these people go along? Didn't they resist? How did Khajarang make them all go? Was it a bloody banishment? The men were nodding to her questions, apparently wondering the same thing. I don't believe that High Daharan was a common language among the people, not down here anyway. I suspect that it was a dying language, only used among certain learned people, such as wizards. Richard gestured to the land beyond. Khajarang named these people Bandakar, the banished. I don't think the people knew what it meant. Their empire was not called the Pillars of Creation or some name referring only to the ungifted. The writing here suggests that it was because it was not only the pristinely ungifted who were banished, but all those who believed as they did. They all were Bandakar, the banished. They thought of themselves, of their beliefs, as enlightened. Khajarang played on that, flattering them, telling them that this place had been set aside to protect them from a world not ready to accept them. He made them feel that, in many ways, they were being put here because they were better than anyone else. Not given to reasoned thinking, these people were easily beguiled in this fashion and duped into cooperating with their own banishment. According to what's hinted at in the writing here around the statue's base, they went happily into their promised land. Once confined to this place, marriage and subsequent generations spread the pristinely ungifted trait throughout the entire population of Bandakar. And Khajarang really believed they were such a terrible threat to the rest of the people of the old world? Jensen asked. Again, men nodded, apparently in satisfaction that she had asked the question. Kalen suspected that Jensen might have asked the question on behalf of the men. Richard gestured up at the statue of Khajarang. Look at him. What's he doing? He's symbolically standing watch over the boundary he placed here. He's guarding this pass, watching over a seal keeping back what lies beyond. In his eternal vigilance, his hand holds a sword, ever at the ready, to show the magnitude of the danger. The people of the old world felt such gratitude to this important man that they built this monument to honor what he had done for them, in protecting them from beliefs they knew would have imperiled their society. The threat was no trifling matter. Khajarang watches over this boundary even in death. From the world of the dead, he sent me a warning that the seal had been breached. Richard waited in the tense silence until all the men looked back at him before he quietly concluded. Khajarang banished your ancestors not only because they couldn't see magic, but more importantly because they couldn't see evil. In restless disquiet, the men glanced about at their companions. But what you call evil is just a way of expressing an inner pain, one of them said, more as a plea than as an argument. That's right, another told Richard. Saying someone is evil is prejudiced thinking. It's a way of belittling someone already in pain for some reason. Such people must be embraced and taught to shed their fears of their fellow man, and then they will not strike out in violent ways. Richard swept his glare across all the watching faces. He pointed up at the statue. Khajarang feared you because you are dangerous to everyone, not because you are ungifted, but because you embrace evil with your teachings. In so doing, in trying to be kind, to be unselfish, in trying to be non-judgmental, you allow evil to become far more powerful than it otherwise would. You refuse to see evil, and so you welcome it among you. You allow it to exist. You give it power over you. You are a people who have welcomed death and refused to denounce it. You are an empire naked to the shadow of evil. After a moment of thick silence, one of the older men finally spoke up. This belief in evil, as you call it, is a very intolerant attitude and is far too simplistic a judgment. It's nothing less than an unfair condemnation of your fellow man. None of us, not even you, can judge another. Kalen knew that Richard had a great deal of patience, but very little tolerance. He had been very patient with these men. She could see that he had reached the end of his tolerance. She half expected him to draw his sword. He walked among the men, his raptor glare moving individuals back as he passed. Your people think of themselves as enlightened, as above violence. You are not enlightened. You are merely slaves awaiting a master, victims awaiting killers. They have finally come for you." Richard snatched up the small bag and stood before the last man who had spoken aloud. "Open your hand." The man glanced to those at his sides. Finally, he held his hand out. Richard reached into the bag and then placed a small finger, its flesh withered and stained with dried blood, in the man's hand. The man obviously didn't want the little finger sitting in the palm of his hand, but after he looked up into Richard's withering glower, he said nothing and made no attempt to rid himself of the gory trophy. Richard walked among the men, ordering random men to open their hands. Calen recognized the ones he selected as men who had objected to the things he was trying to do to help them. He placed a finger in each upturned hand until the bag was empty. "What you hold in your hand is the result of evil," Richard said. "You men all know the truth of it. You all knew evil was loose in your land. You all wanted that to change. You all wanted to be rid of evil. You all wanted to live. You all wanted your loved ones to live. You all had hoped to do it without having to face the truth. I have tried to explain things to you so that you could understand the true nature of the battle we all face." Richard straightened the baldric over his shoulder. "I am done explaining. You wanted me brought to your land. You have accomplished your goal. Now you are going to decide if you will follow through with what you know to be right." Richard again stood before them, his back straight, his chin held high, his scabbard gleaming in the gloomy light, his black tunic trimmed in gold standing out in sharp contrast against the fog-shrouded mountains behind him. He looked like nothing so much as the Lord Rahl. He was as commanding a figure as Calen had ever seen. After Richard and Calen's beginning so long ago, when they had struck out from those secluded woods of his, Richard had turned the world upside down. From the beginning he had always been at the heart of their struggle, and was now the ruler of an empire, even if that endangered empire was largely a mystery to him, as was his gift. His cause, though, was crystal clear. Together, Calen and Richard were at the center of the storm of a war that had engulfed their world. It had now engulfed these men and their land. Many people saw Richard as their only salvation. Richard seemed forever trying to prove them wrong. For many others, though, he was the single most hated man alive. For them, Richard sought to give them cause. He told people that their life was their own. The Imperial Order wanted him dead for that, more than for any blow he had dealt them. "This is the way things are going to be," Richard finally said, in a voice of quiet authority. "You will surrender your land and your loyalty to the Daharan Empire, or you will be the subjects of the Imperial Order. Those are your only two choices. There are no others. Like it or not, you must choose. If you refuse to make a choice, events will decide for you, and you will likely end up in the hands of the Imperial Order. Make no mistake, they are evil hands. With the Order, if you are not murdered, you will be slaves and treated as such. I think you know very well what that entails. Your lives will have no value to them except as slaves, called upon to help them spread their evil. As part of the Daharan Empire, your lives will be your own. I will expect you to rise up and live them as the individuals you are, not as some speck of dirt in a pit of filth you have dug yourselves into. The seal to your hiding place, to the Bandakaran Empire, has failed. I don't know how to repair it, nor would I if I could. There is no more Empire of Bandakar. There is no way to allow you to be who you were and to protect you. Maybe the Order can be thrown out of your land, but they cannot be effortlessly kept out, for it is their ideas that have come to destroy you. So choose, slaves or free men. Life as either will not be easy. I think you know what life as slaves will be like. As free men, you will have to struggle, work, and think, but you will have the rewards that brings, and those rewards will be yours and no one else's. Freedom must be won, but then it has to be guarded, lest those like the Order come again to enslave those wishing for someone else to do their thinking. I am the Lord Rahl. I intend to go get the antidote to the poison you've given me. If you men choose to be part of this struggle, to rid yourselves and your loved ones of evil, then I will help you. If you choose not to stand with us, then you may go back and let the Order do with you what they will, or you can run. If you run, you may survive for a time, as you have been doing, but because that is not the way you wish to live, you will die as frightened animals, never having lived what life has to offer. So choose. But if you choose to stand with me against evil, then you will have to relinquish your self-imposed blindness and open your eyes to look around at life. You will have to see the reality of the world around you. There is good and bad in the world. You will have to use your minds to judge which is which, so that you can seek the good and reject the bad. If you choose to stand with me, I will do my best to answer any honest question and try to teach you how to triumph against the men of the Order and those like them. But I will not suffer your mindless teachings that are nothing more than a calculated rejection of life. Take a look at the bloody fingers you and your friends hold. Look at what was done to children by evil men. You should hate such men who would do this. If you don't or can't, then you have no business being with those of us who embrace life. I want each of you to think about those children, about their terror, their pain, their wish not to be hurt. Think of what it was like for them to be alone and in the hands of evil men. You should rightfully hate the men who would do such things. Hold tight to that righteous hatred, for that is the hatred of evil. I intend to recover the antidote so that I can live. In the process, I also intend to kill as many of those evil men as I can. If I go alone, I may succeed in getting the antidote, but alone I will not succeed in liberating your homes from the Imperial Order. If you choose to go with me, to help in this struggle, we may have a chance. I don't know what I face there, so I can't honestly tell you that we have a good chance. I can only tell you that if you don't help me, then there is likely no chance. Richard held up a finger. Make no mistake. If you choose to join us, and we take up this struggle, some of us will probably die. If we do not, all of us will die, not necessarily in body, but in spirit. Under such rule as the Order has shown you, no one lives, even though their bodies might for a time endure the misery of life as slaves. Under the Order, every soul withers and dies. The men were silent as Richard paused to meet their gazes. Most could not look away, while some seemed shamed, and so they stared at the ground. If you choose to side with me in this struggle, Richard said with deliberate care, you will be called upon to kill men of the Order, evil men. If you once thought that I enjoyed killing, let me assure you that you are very wrong. I hate it. I do it to defend life. I would never expect you to relish killing. It is a necessity to do it, not to enjoy doing it. I expect you to relish life and do what is necessary to preserve it. Richard picked up one of the items lying off to the side that they had made while waiting for Tom and Owen to bring the men up into the pass. It looked like little more than a stout stick. It was, in fact, made of oak limbs. It was rounded at the back to fit the hand, narrow at a point in the middle, and pointed at the other end. You men don't have weapons. While we waited for you to arrive, we've made some. He waggled his fingers, requesting Tom to come forward. Men of the Order won't recognize these as weapons, at first anyway. If questioned, you should tell them that they're used to make holes in the ground to plant crops. With his left hand, Richard seized Tom's shirt at his shoulder to hold him and demonstrated the weapon's use by slowly showing how it would be thrust upward toward a man's middle just under his ribs to stab him. Some faces among the men twisted with revulsion. This can most easily be driven up into a man's soft part, up in under his ribs, Richard told them. Once you thrust it in, give it a quick sideways twist to break it off at the narrow point. That way the man won't be able to pull it out. With such a thing lodged in his insides, if he can even stand, he won't be running after you or trying to wrestle you. You'll be better able to get away." One of the men lifted a hand. "But a piece of wood like that will be wet and wouldn't break. Many of the wood fibers will just bend over, leaving the handle end attached." Richard tossed the weapon to the man. After he caught it, he said, "Look at the middle, where it's cut to a narrow neck. You'll see that it's been held over a fire and dried for that very reason. Notice the pointed end, too. You'll see that it's been cut and split into 4 sections, with the points bent open like a flower bud, so that as it's thrust into an enemy, it has a good chance to break open, the 4 sides going in different directions to do more damage. With that one thrust, it will be like stabbing him 4 times. When you snap it off in him, he won't be able to fight you, because every move he makes will wrench those long oak splinters through his vulnerable insides. If it doesn't hit something vital and kill him immediately, he's certainly likely to die within the day. While he's dying, he'll be screaming in agony and fear. I want such evil men to know that the pain and death they inflict on others will be coming for them. That fear will cause them to begin to think of running. It will make them lose sleep, wear them down, so that when we do get to them, they'll be easier to kill." Richard picked up another item. "This is a small crossbow." He held it high for the men to see as he pointed out its features. "As you can see, the bowstring is locked back on this nut. A stout bolt is laid in this groove here. Pulling this lever rotates the nut, releasing the string and firing the bolt. It isn't fancy, and you men aren't experienced at using such weapons, but at close range you don't have to be all that good a shot. I've started a number of crossbows and have a whole pile of stocks and parts made. With the items that you men brought back, we can finish making them. They're rather crude, and as I said, they won't be good at much of a distance, but they are small, and you can hide them under a cloak. No matter how big and strong the enemy is, the smallest of you can kill him. Not even his chain-mail armor will protect against such a weapon fired at close range. I can promise you that they will be very deadly." Richard showed the men hardwood clubs they would stud with nails. Such weapons could also be concealed. He showed them a simple cord with a small wooden handle at each end that was used to strangle a man from behind when stealth was paramount. "As we take these men, we'll be able to get other weapons, knives, axes, maces, swords." "But, Lord Ralph," Owen said, looking beside himself with worry, "even if we were to agree to join you in this, we are not fighters. These men of the Order are brutes who are experienced at such things. We would stand no chance against them." The others voiced their worried agreement. Richard shook his head as he held up his hands for them to be quiet. "Look at those fingers you hold. Ask yourselves what chance those little girls had against such men. Ask yourselves what chance your mothers, your sisters, your wives, your daughters have. You are the only hope for these people. You are the only hope for yourselves. Most likely, you men would not stand a chance against such men either. But I have no intention of fighting them as you're thinking. That's a good way to get killed." Richard pointed at one of the younger men. "What is it we want? The reason you came to get me?" The man looked confused. "To get rid of the men of the Order?" "Yes," Richard said. "That's right. You want to be rid of murderers. The last thing you want is to fight them." The men gestured at the weapons Richard had shown them. "But these things—" "These men are murderers. Our task is to execute them. We want to avoid fights. If we fight them, we risk being hurt or killed. I am not saying that we won't have to fight them, but that isn't our goal. There will be times when there may be limited numbers of them, and we can be sure that with surprise we can take them out before a fight has a chance to erupt. Keep in mind that these men have been conditioned to none of your people putting up any resistance. We hope to kill them before it occurs to them to draw a weapon. But if we don't have to face them, all the better. Our goal is to kill them, to kill every one of them we can. Kill them when they sleep, when they are looking the other way, when they are eating, when they are talking, when they are drinking, when they are out for a stroll. They are evil. We must kill them, not fight them." Owen threw up his hands. "But, Lord Rall, if we were to start killing them, they would take revenge on all the people they have." Richard watched the men, waiting until he was sure everyone was paying attention. "You have just recognized the reality that they are evil. You're right. They will probably start killing captives as a way to convince you to surrender. But they are killing them now. Over time, if left to do as they will, the killing they do will be on a vast scale. The faster we kill them, the sooner it's over, and the sooner the murder will stop. Some people will lose their lives because of what we do, but in doing it we will free all the rest. If we do nothing, then we condemn those innocent people to the mercy of evil, and evil grants no mercy. As I've said before, you can't negotiate with evil. You must destroy it." A man cleared his throat. "Lord Rall, some of our people have sided with the men of the Order, believed their words. They will not want us to harm the men of the Order." Richard let out a heavy breath. He turned away for a moment, gazing off into the gloom, before turning his attention once more to the men. "I've had to kill people I knew my whole life because they sided with the Order, much the same as you are saying. They came to believe the men of the Imperial Order, and because I was opposed to the Order, they tried to kill me. It's a terrible thing to have to kill someone like that, someone you know. I believe the alternative is worse." "The alternative?" the man asked. "Yes, letting them murder me. That's the alternative. Losing your life and losing the cause for which you fight, the lives of your loved ones." Richard's expression had turned grave. "If some of your people have joined with the Order, or work to protect them, then it may be that you could end up facing them. It will be their life or yours. It could even mean the lives of the rest of us. If they side with evil, then we must not allow them to stop us from eliminating evil. This is part of what you must weigh in your decision to join us or not. If you take up this struggle, you must accept that you may have to kill people you know. You must weigh this in the choice you will make." The men no longer seemed shocked by his words. They looked solemn as they listened. Calen saw small birds flitting past, looking to roost for the night. The sky, the icy fog, was getting darker. She scanned the sky, ever watchful for black-tipped races. With the weather in the past so dreadful, she doubted they would be around. The fog, at least, was comforting for that reason. Richard looked exhausted. She knew how hard it was for her to breathe in the high, thin air, so it had to be far worse for him. She feared now, because of the poison, the thin air robbed Richard of his strength. They needed to be down out of the high pass. "I have told you the truth and all I can for now," Richard told the men. "Your future is now up to each of you." He quietly asked Kara, Jensen, and Tom to collect their things. He put a gentle hand on Calen's back as he turned to the men and gestured down the hill. "We're going back down to our camp in those woods. You men decide what you will do. If you are with us, then come down there in the protection of the trees, where the races won't be able to spot us when the weather lifts. We will need to finish making the weapons you will carry. If any of you choose not to join us, then you're on your own. I plan not to be here at this camp for long. If the Order captures you, they will likely torture you, and I don't want to be anywhere nearby when you scream your lungs out as you reveal where our camp was." The forlorn men stood huddled in a group. "Lord Rall," Owen asked, "you mean we must choose now?" "I've told you all I can. How much longer can those being tortured, raped, and murdered wait for you? If you wish to join us and be part of life, then come down to our camp. If you choose not to be on our side, then I wish you luck. But please don't try to follow us or I'll have to kill you. I was once a woods guide. I will know if any of you follow us." One of the men, the one who had been the first to show Richard 2 pebbles to say that he would reveal the location of the antidote, stepped forward, away from the rest of the men. "Lord Rall, my name is Anson." Tears filled his blue eyes. "I wanted you to know that, to know who I am. I am Anson." Richard nodded. All right, Anson. Thank you for opening my eyes. I've always had some of the thoughts that you explained. Now I understand why, and I understand the darkness kept over my eyes. I don't want to live like that anymore. I don't want to live by words that don't mean anything, and I don't want the men of the Order to control my life. My parents were murdered. I saw my father's body hanging from a pole. He never hurt anyone. He did nothing to deserve such a murder. My sister was taken. I know what those men are doing to her. I can't sleep at night thinking about it, thinking about her terror. I want to fight back. I want to kill these evil men. They've earned death. I want to grind them into dust, as you have said. I choose to join with you and fight to gain my freedom. I want to live free. I want those I love to live free. Kaelin was stunned to hear one of them say such things, especially without first consulting with the rest of the men. She had watched the eyes of the other men as Anson spoke. They all listened keenly to everything Anson said. Richard smiled as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. Welcome to Dahara, Anson. Welcome home. We can use your help. He pointed off at Kara and Tom picking up the weapons they'd brought to show the men. Why don't you help them take those things back down to our camp? Anson grinned his agreement. The soft-spoken young man had broad shoulders and a thickly muscled neck. He was genial, but looked determined. If she were in the Imperial Order, Kaelin would not want to see such a powerfully built man coming after her. Anson eagerly tried to take the load from Kara's arms. She wouldn't relinquish it, so he picked up the rest of the things and followed Tom down the hill. Jensen went along too, pulling Betty behind by her rope, tugging for the first few steps because Betty wanted them to stay with Richard and Kaelin. The other men watched as Anson started down the hill with Kara, Tom, and Jensen. Then they moved off to the side, away from the statue, while they whispered among themselves, deciding what they would do. Richard glanced at the figure of Kaja Rong before starting down the hill. Something seemed to catch his eye. "What's the matter?" Richard pointed. "That writing on the face of the pedestal below his feet." Kaelin knew there had been no writing in that spot before, and she was still too far away to really tell if she could see writing in the flecked granite. She glanced back to see the others making their way down the hill, but instead followed Richard when he started toward the statue. The men were still off to the side, busily engaged in their discussion. She could see the spot on the face of the pedestal where the warning beacon had shattered. The sand from inside the statue representing Richard was still splattered across the face of the pedestal. As they got closer, she could hardly believe what she was beginning to see. It looked as if the sand had eroded the stone to reveal lettering. The words had not been there before. That much she was sure of. Kaelin knew a number of languages, but she didn't know this one. She recognized it, though. It was High Daharan. She hugged her arms to herself in the chill wind that had come up. The somber clouds stirred restlessly. She peered around at the imposing mountains, many hidden by a dark shroud of fog. Swirling curtains of snow obscured other slopes in the distance. Through a small, brief opening in the wretched weather, the valley she could see off through the pass offered the promise of green and warmth. And the Imperial Order. Kaelin, close beside Richard, wished he could put a warm arm around her. She watched as he stared at the faint letters in the stone. He was being far too quiet for her peace of mind. "Richard," she whispered, leaning close to him, "what does it say?" Transfixed, he ran his fingers slowly, lightly over the letters, his lips soundlessly pronouncing the High Daharan words. "Wizard's eighth rule," Richard whispered in translation. "Talga Vasternich." Chapter 46. Following behind the messenger, Verna stepped aside as a tight pack of horses raced by. Their bellies were caked with mud, their nostrils flared with excitement. The eyes of the cavalry soldiers bent over their withers showed grim determination. With the constant level of activity of recent weeks, she had to maintain a careful vigil whenever she stepped out of a tent, lest she be run down by one thing or another. If it wasn't horses charging through camp, it was men at a run. "Just up ahead," the messenger said over his shoulder. Verna nodded to his young face as he glanced back. He was a polite young man. His curly blonde hair and his mannerly behavior combined to remind her of Warren. She was defenseless against the wave of pain that cut through her with the memory of Warren being gone, at the emptiness of each day. She couldn't remember this messenger's name. There were so many young men it was hard to recall all their names. Though she tried her best, she couldn't keep track of them. At least for a while now, they hadn't been dying at a terrifying rate. As harsh as the winters were up in Dahara, such weather had at least been a respite from the battles of the previous summer, from the constant fighting and dying. With summer again upon them, she didn't think that the relative quiet was going to last much longer. For now, the passes held against the imperial order. In such narrow and confined places, the enemy's weight of numbers didn't mean so much. If only one man would fit through a narrow hole in a stone wall, it meant little that there were 100 waiting behind him to go through, or 1,000. Defending against one man, as it were, was not the impossible task that it was trying to fight the onslaught of Jigang's entire force. When she heard the distant thunder, felt it rolling through the ground, she glanced up at the sky. The sun had not made an appearance in 2 days. She didn't like the looks of the clouds building against the slopes of the mountains. It looked like they could be in for a nasty storm. The sound might not have been thunder. It was possible that it was magic the enemy hammered against the shields across the passes. Such battering would do them no good, but it made for uneasy sleeping. So, if for no other reason, they kept at it. Some of the men and the officers passing in the other direction gave her a nod in greeting, or a smile, or a small wave. Verna didn't see any Sisters of the Light. Many would be at the passes tending shields, making sure none of the Imperial Order soldiers could get through. Zed had taught them to consider every possibility, no matter how outlandish, and guard against it. Day and night, Verna ran every one of those places through her mind, trying to think if there was anything they had overlooked, anything they had missed, that might allow the enemy forces to flood in upon them. If that happened, if they broke through, then there was nothing to stop their advance into Dahara except the defending army, and the defending army was no match for the numbers on the other side of those mountains. She couldn't think of any chink in their armor, but she worried constantly that there might be one. It seemed that the final battle might be on them at any moment. And where was Richard? Prophecy said that he was vital in the battle to decide the future course of mankind. With it appearing that they very well could be one battle from the end of it all, of freedom's final spark, the Lord Rahl ran the very real risk of missing the moment of his greatest need. She could hardly believe that for centuries prophecy foretold of the one who would lead them, and when the time finally arrives, he's off somewhere else. A lot of good prophecy was doing them. Verna knew Richard's heart. She knew Kalen's heart. It wasn't right to doubt either of them, but Verna was the one staring into the eyes of Jigang's horde, and Richard was nowhere to be found. From what little information Verna had gleaned from Anne's messages in the journey book, there was trouble afoot. Verna could detect in Anne's writings that the woman was greatly troubled by something. Whatever the cause, Anne and Nathan were racing south, back down through the old world. Anne avoided explaining, possibly not wanting to burden them with anything else, so Verna didn't press. She had enough trouble conceiving of why Anne would have joined with the prophet rather than collaring him. Anne said only that a journey book was not a good place to explain such things. Despite the good work the man sometimes did, Verna considered Nathan dangerous in the extreme. A thunderstorm brought life-giving rain, but if you were the one struck by its lightning, it didn't do you much good. For Anne and Nathan to join forces, as it were, must be indicative of the trouble they were all in. Verna had to remind herself that not everything was going against them. Not everything was hopeless and dismal. Jagang's army had, after all, suffered a stunning blow at the hands of Zed and Addy, losing staggering numbers of soldiers in an instant and suffering vast numbers of casualties. As a result, the Imperial Order had turned away from Adendril, leaving the Wizard's Keep untouched. Despite the Dreamwalker's covetous hands, the keep remained out of his reach. Zed and Addy had the defense of the keep well in hand, so it was not all trouble and strife. There were valuable assets on the side of the Daharan Empire. The keep might yet prove decisive in helping to stop the Imperial Order. Verna missed that old wizard, his advice, his wisdom, though she would never admit it aloud. In that old man she could see where Richard got many of his best qualities. Verna halted when she saw Rika striding across in front of her. Verna snatched the Mord Sith's arm.
"What is it, Prelate?"
Rika asked.
"Have you heard what this is about?"
Rika gave her a blank look.
What's about?"
The messenger stopped on the other side of the intersection of informal roads. Horses trotted past in both directions, one pulling a cart of water barrels. Fully armed men crossed on the side road. The encampment, one of several, surrounded by a defensive berm, had evolved into a city of sorts, with byways through its midst for men, horses, and wagons.
"Something is going on," Verna said.
"Sorry, I haven't heard anything."
"Are you busy?"
"Nothing urgent."